Yo. Yo, good morning, boys. Happy Wednesday? Thursday. Jeez. Happy Thursday, guys. What's going on? I forgot what day it was. That happens, right? Happens to everybody. I think it happens to everybody. I am hitting this stupid rock with a stupid rune pickaxe because I lost my dragon one. I wonder how much faster the XP is. Or do you get more XP with the Dragon X? I wonder. Like how much more XP? Because I feel like the XP is just bad on Star Mines, but it probably says 10k an hour because I'm not hitting them very efficiently, I guess. Maybe that's what it is. We doing KQ today? Not unless I'm on task. I gotta try to spoon a task. Right now, I think I'm on a cave horror task or something like that. Yeah. I think we're on a cave horror task. What's good? Any yo's in the chat? Let's see if anyone said yo. Could say hello to some people real quick. Barcelona, what's good? Good morning. Old Head. Armelin. EV Graham. How we doing? Gamer vs. Dev. Congrats on Voidwaker. Thank you very much, JK. I appreciate that. What's up, Jossart? Prozac. Silfris. The Gaming Chef. What's good? Star Mines are bad. I know. Nice pickaxe. Dude, don't remind me. MP Guns. What's good? Catfish. Ni hao ma. Time. What's good? Tador. How's it going? Thermal. What's good? Giga Rain. What is good? Grody, the Gaming Chef. What is good? Congrats on the eye. Thank you very much. Forrest, what's going on? The Lost Ark. Rogzog. G-Rilla. Are you going to get the recolor for the Voidwaker? I've already done that. Oh, I also needed to ask. When is the final for DMM? Like, when's the final thing where we all get thrown into an arena? And I'm guessing after that is when we get the rewards. I need to look that up. What happened last night? We got Voidwaker and I. Dude, we went insane yesterday. Guys, we went absolutely sicko mode yesterday. We finished the Voidwaker and we got the eye. Here it is right here. Here it is right there. We got the Voidwaker and the Eye of Aya, dude. We'll see how this bad boy hits in TOA tomorrow. We now have mage damage and we have spec damage. The little Gooner Spooner. What's up, Glowy? Any clip for the Voidwaker? Yeah, we got clips for days. Hill, exclamation point, VW, exclamation point, Hill, exclamation point, Blade. I mean, you got all the clips right there. Hill, Blade, VW. Or you could just go to the clip section down below and they'll all be there as well. Good afternoon, Giga Chat. What's good, George? You see Travis got treads? Yeah, I saw him Behemoth, actually. That was a couple days ago when he got the treads. He actually finished a Wave 7 last night, too. So Triumphant is making his way up in the world. Proud of that little guy. I knew this world was just super laggy. We got to get off of this world ASAP. Might have to hit the home world of 615, actually. Krukely! Thank you very much for that, Prime. Let's go. First prime of the day. Guys, somehow we lost a follower today. I don't know what's going on. We were at 79,000. Now we're at 78,999. Hopefully we get one more follower today. That's crazy. Now we're back to Vetion for Dpick. We could talk about that. We could talk about what we're going to do for that. So I need to get... Oh, we're going to go 615. My bad. Homeworld 615. So I want to get a Dpick, but I don't want to go farm wilderness bosses anymore, even though they're the fastest thing to do. But what I could do is we definitely need to do Slayer. I don't need a dragon pick. I want one. I definitely don't need one. Yo, Sertophius, thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate that. We could do some volcanic mine. We could do some volcanic mine. Do you get a dragon pick from doing that? I don't have KQ head. We're hunting for a KQ task right now. That's kind of the game plan. Right now we have a quick task to do. Let's just try to go ahead and start it. Dark Beast. osrs wiki. Am I getting alerts or not? I don't think I'm getting any alerts right now. We'll just have to look over and catch them. So there's a dragon pickaxe broken, which is a rare loot from opening the volcanic mine reward shop. I know one thing. We still need KBD for the helm recolor. And we still need Calphite Queen for the head. And we still need combat achievements from Chaos Elemental. So those are the things that we need right now. And I think we'll probably try to finish those 3 things before we do anything else. But we want to make sure that we're doing that on task. Right now, I've never killed a dark beast before. So I need to figure out what type of loadout to bring to kill these things. It looks like they're pretty weak to stab weapons. So I'm thinking right off the rip, we go with the Fang. I'm thinking right off the rip, we just hit him with the Fang straight up. So we probably assemble. And then do we Voidwaker spec these things? How do you know when you would Voidwaker spec something? That's what I need to figure out. Oh, I did hear that sound. Yo, Zondo, Voidwaker owner, he says. Thank you very much for that 3-monther. I appreciate that. Always Voidwaker spec. Let's give it a shot. Voidwaker spec should be here and there. Let's pull these. Dang, I can't believe we have Eye of Ayak and Voidwaker. Our gear is just like... I mean, once we get Oathplate, guys, we're going to look like an absolute menace. We're going to be an absolute in-game Andy soon. It's kind of sad. Getting gear is awesome, and it's also sad because it signifies you're getting to the end of the road. Gear-wise. I mean, we still have hundreds of hours to go, but it's just been such a great journey, man. The farmers just got full Torva. Damn. That's insanity. You're literally thousands of hours from the end of the road. Yeah, I know, but my first 100 hours, of RuneScape ever is done. You can't get those hours back. That journey is done. We're on to the next journey now. We're on to the next 100. And then the next 100. And it's okay to appreciate stuff. If you're always looking at how far away you are from something and never how far you've come, you'll just always be dissatisfied. You know what I mean? You got to appreciate stuff. It's been a great 100 days, man. It's been awesome. Stop and smell the roses type shit. For real, guys. It's been a great 100 days. And then now we're hitting some serious milestones on the account. I'm so glad that RuneScape is such a long journey. You definitely want that. I look over at the WoW section and all these guys are already done gearing. They're already done gearing in TBC. They have nothing to do. After today, they have nothing to do. They're going to raid. They're going to raid at 6 p.m. and then they're going to be done. And then they're going to be looking for purpose in life again. We have purpose over here. It's very nice. That being said, I do miss my friends. I'd love to see them once a week. I think WoW's a great template for that. Like a good community to meet up once a week and do a raid, you know? That's why I raid TOA every Friday. It reminds me of WoW a little bit. That community of just like getting together with the boys once a week to go play some video games. That's why I love TOA Friday so much. I love raiding just once a week. We all go get geared up, do your thing the rest of the week, and then come back. No matter what, every Friday we got a raid. You know, it keeps everybody locked in. And that's awesome. Raids 4 coming later this year will add another 500 hours. Sheesh. You ain't lying. Wish I had people like that. Yo, join the guild. Join the Iron Man Guild. You'll meet people in here. Congrats on Voidbreaker. That's dope. Yo, thank you, Swain. Appreciate that. How many KC at Spindle? Bro, only like 90. Or 80 or something like that. Maybe 77? 77. Thank goodness we spooned Spindle. Because that boss... The PKers at that boss were ass. Okay. Yeah, we need some Oathplate bad, guys. Okay. Is Oathplate bis for stab as well? Is it slash and stab? No, just slash. What would you wear for stab bonus? Torva for stab? Oh, we got to do 2 medium clues today, too. We'll do those after this. I'm just standing here doing nothing. We got to move. We got to move. Priff? Okay, here we are. Orworth Dungeon. There should be some dark beasts down here somewhere. Let's see. There they are to the west. Ooh, I can't get through this tight gap. 78 agility for that. I guess I'm gonna have to go around. Maybe I should have brought a... I should go north, actually. Wrong way. I do not come down this way a lot. That is for sure. Moss Giants. There's Necreals down here too. Turn the sound on. Okay. Looks like there's water fiends. What kind of monsters are even in this place? Dark beasts, elves. Okay, this is probably where you kill elves. They're just hanging out down here. All right, dark beast, potting. Okay, there we go. We're boosted. And then we pray piety. Do we pray piety for Voidwaker spec? Yes. It's a melee-based spec that does magic damage. So, how do you pray against Voidwaker? Would you pray magic? Or would you pray melee? You pray mage. God, that weapon is busted as hell. Wait, it hits for 53? Oh my god, this thing slaps, actually. Why does it hit so hard? It's minus 2 DPS off the whip. You just bring Voidwaker now for instead of DDSer? Wait, Voidwaker's better on the heart, huh? You sip blue and then send 4 specs on the heart? DDS is way better for heart. Oh. You should use Voidwaker for the wax instead of like the yellow Karis. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not sure if this is worth is it really worth a bag slot right now? I mean, I do have maybe 1 bag slot right now. The spec never misses. Okay, so that's why it's really good. $43 right there. I was thinking maybe on the obelisk. What do you guys think about Voidwaker speccing the obelisk 4 times at the start of Warden? Yes? Okay, hell yeah. Got a shadow last night? John, that's legendary. Congrats on that shadow, my boy. Okay, we adrenaline and 4 times Voidwaker, the obelisk. We're gonna do that on TOA Friday. Can I join the clan? Bro, with that rainbow looking ass Bofa set. Yeah, I got you, bro. You're gonna have to apply. I'm gonna have to get out of combat. All right. Okay. Send the app now. Oh, wait. You're a blue helm. Wait, you're a blue helm, bro. You have to type in, you have to have Runelight profile, then you have to type in log CG. in the chat. And you have to have RuneLight profile installed, and then you have to update it by going to your log, clicking the thing. Okay, you got 2 seeds? Yeah, you're in. Nice. All right, app. Good stuff. All right, welcome, bro. Nice log, bud. Sometimes when I'm looking at dudes' logs, I'm like, I don't know, but like his was solid, bro. Had to let him in. You know what I'm trying to say? Because if they don't have 2 seeds, as long as they have 1 seed and 6 armors, they're in. But the thing is, like, sometimes if they're in a group, they don't always have the 6 seeds. And I'm like, I don't want to make them farm all the armor seeds. If somebody in their group got the rest of them, you know? Or just spooned a bunch of other ones. Because then it's like, why are you in there anymore? As long as you farmed your own, like, enhance. There's a guy in the guild named Triumphant, and he only has 5 seeds. It's kind of sus. Should we kick him out? Might have to. I don't know how that one slipped through the cracks. Yo, Triumphant did good though last night. He finally finished Wave 7 Doom. Things are looking up for him. I need those boots, man. We gotta get those boots somehow. Oh, I think I was point skipping. If I check my Slayer helm, will it tell me how many points I have? I have 469 points. I was gonna buy task storage before I started farming a dragon pick. I was gonna get task storage. And then I was gonna store the next Cerberus task that I got. Or I was gonna store the next Tormented Demon for when I do Krill. You were gonna buy task storage last week? I know. But the thing is, like, I have... Ooh, some crystal shards. I have ADD. So I tend to jump from one task to another without finishing stuff sometimes. And so that also happens in game too. I'll be jumping around, bro. And I get bored of doing one task all the time. But that's the only way you get things done in RuneScape. You just stick with one thing for like a month. Or you just get spooned. One or the other. And what I realize is when it comes to Slayer, nothing gets done in a month. A whole month of Slayer, you've gone nowhere. It's actually the slowest skill I've ever seen in my life. All right, that's 188 tasks right there. So what we could do is just do one Masna really, really fast. We can go to 189 and then we could do a Duradel task, and then we'll have task storage after this. I wish I knew how to do Inferno for faster XP rates. What's faster XP? Doing an Inferno in like an hour or just doing bursting task? Who got something? Eye of Ayak. Nice. Crawling Hands. Crawling Hands is Slayer Tower, I think. This is the highest chance, or the lowest chance of getting a superior for an Abyssal Heart in the entire game. And I did get one last time. Has anybody here in the chat gotten a Abyssal Heart off of a Crawling Hand? You, my friend, would have the rarest Abyssal Heart in the game if you did that. One shot him. One shot him. It's easy for me, boys. It's easy for me. I'm like that with the Void Waker. Built different with the Void Waker. We're about to run out of piety right here. Maybe we go down to ultimate strength. When's Joker coming back? Has anybody been watching the WoW content over there? It's crazy because I used to also watch Joker like every morning. And I even kind of stopped watching him a lot when he started playing WoW. I've been watching some WoW content, but not a ton. So I haven't been keeping up with the Joker. He's getting 3K views on WoW. I wouldn't come back either. I mean, Joker is a tenured WoW streamer, guys. My man has been streaming WoW for a long time. Those are the only guys, though, that get views on WoW. The guys that get views on WoW are the ones that have been there for 10 years. They're like grandfathered in. Guzu said he would come back for leagues? Really? That's exciting. We might get Guzu back for leagues. Originally, he said he was going to come back for Blood Moon Rises, but now he's saying he might play League, which is... That's pretty sick, guys. That's pretty sick if he does. I think he's going to like it. Are the sigils the same in League as they are in DMM, or are there different sigils? They're different? They're better? They're crazier. Okay, sick. They're stronger, and they're way more overpowered. Really? Deposit that. Okay. This is going to be our 190th task. And then we should get a gigaload of points, right? From the 200th task. Black Dragons! Woo! Guys, we're getting Dragon Pick and Slayer Helm right now. Mm. King Black Dragon is 50% weakness to water. Stab is a little bit better, I think. Radaz. We take a look. Radaz. It's a Fangle again. I think it is a Fangle as well. Is there anything else that I need is the question. We have anti-poison. We have anti-fire. We have pots. Some restores. I think we're chilling right here with this inventory. Oh, I was supposed to use slaughters. I was supposed to use slaughters. That's a rip. Should I port back? Dang it. I think it's fine. It's only 13 anyway. Yeah, we could just get the drop. That's always a strategy. Just get the drop, you know? Immediately going with the mage prayer. Oh, we just crashed this guy. The hopper. Mage pray. Dragonfire. Sprinting in. Going melee. Potting up. Walking under. Good comms. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Do private entrance for the CA? I think we have that one, right? Bones. Gotta dump our specs. I think I did the one where you have to kill him a certain amount of times in a row. I'll have to check. Dragon bones. Come on, come on. We need this head. Then we'll have to farm more Slayer points so we can get the recolor. This is gonna match our red black Bofa set. It's gonna be so sick. It's gonna be so sick. Please just give it to me. How many times have we killed this guy anyways? 88 times, no head. It's crazy when you think about it. Oops, dragon bones. Berry. Drop. What is the drop rate on the head for this guy anyways? Should I look it up? 128. Oh, I'm almost there. It's about to be guaranteed at this point. Guaranteed at this point. We're like 90 in. Almost 100 in. Plate body dragon bones. Berry. Eat. Oops. There it is. Spec 'em. Spec 'em. Please, 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 please. Head. Dragon dart tips. Okay. Hey, we'll be able to make those soon, I think. Is there some kind of tech where you click on a gold ring and then you attack the boss? I don't know, I heard about some tech like that, but I don't think I'm doing it right. That's some kind of red Xing technique. Berry. Walk while you do it. So you go here, attack, and then you click gold. Looting bag doesn't work. That's for wilderness. Dragon bones. Air runes. I guess we could save the dragon bones now. Back in. So in order to like red X This doesn't seem like it's working very well. Oh, he stays in the same spot if you... I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. He doesn't move. If you click the gold ring, he doesn't move. That's the benefit. I see what's happening. Okay, we need 4 more kills. The problem is, you can only go 2. I need anti-fire. I'm taking way too much damage. Okay, I think I was doing it. This is the tech. If you can do it right. Dragon bones. Okay, I need 3 more kills. Oh no, I messed it up. Go back. Dude, how am I going to kill 2 more of these without dying? I got no food left. Alright, this is not working, this technique. I am just not very good at it, I guess. I can't move? Damn, I'm really gonna have to run back for 1 kill, huh? Might have to run back for 1 kill, guys. How terrible is that? Can you even redemption this guy? Oof, I'm dead. This is not worth. We're gonna have to run back for 1 kill. Use bank. Deposit all. How do you teleport there? I don't have any of these amulets. So a burning amulet. How is this different than a dragon amulet? It looks like a dragon one. It's a topaz. Silver bar plus topaz. So it would definitely take me longer to make that than to just run there. Can I choose what obelisk I go to? How do you use an obelisk? I have to run to this one? Oh, I have to run to this one? And then I have to choose this one? Right click, set destination. Okay. Teleport to destination. Set destination. $44. Then I step on the middle. Activate. Okay. Where am I? By the green dragons? I picked level 44. Why did it put 35? I've never used an obelisk in my life. You left click teleport destination. Oh. Well, it didn't put me too far away, actually. I love how you guys always think that when it's my first time ever doing something that I'm rage baiting you. Oh shit. Dismiss. Alright, now I'm done. Loop of half key, dragon bones. We can TP out for a sec. Go to Farrak. Hit the refresh. Okay, so we now have 565 Slayer points. So I think we're going to go ahead and purchase task storage, which has kind of been a long time coming. But we're definitely making progress, which is good. That's another thing down. I could do 9 more Maznas and then one Konar for another boost of points, and then that would allow us to skip more. But I think our block list is pretty much set up at this point, so we don't really need too many more points. So maybe we just keep on doing Kuradels for 10. KC for each? It was like 450 total KCs for the completion. I got really spooned on it. I think we just grab another assignment. Okay, Abby Deems. After 200, you reset your streak. Why is that? You wouldn't just keep it? I finished Sire. I finished Sire. I probably won't ever kill Sire again. I finished all the combat achievements. Burst. Oops. Wait. For bursting, would I now wear Ring of the Gods and imbue it? Over Ring of Suffering. You have to be carrying a Holy Wrench. Imbued Ring of the Gods. +8 prayer. Yo, did y'all's bank get messed up today? The way that it looks? I don't know why my bank is looking two-toned right now. So, yes. It's my plugin that I use called Dark Vanilla to turn the UI to this dark gray. But as of today, when I logged in, it wasn't changing the background of my bank anymore. So maybe they just need to do an update to it. Magic, Cape, Spellbook, Ancients, Spell, Ice Burst. Okay. That should be good. And like 5 more moths. This is gonna be my new setup for max prayer. Dang, Dragon Bone Necklace and Ring of the Gods. What? The only thing better than this would be what? The gear from Colosseum? Oh, we have to do medium clues, actually. I need to do those medium clues, like right now. Before I forget. Let's do a prediction in the clues. Will I get Ranger boots? In 2 clues. Yes or no? 5-minute prediction, go. Let's go ahead and open the first one. And give me my quest cape, actually. Quest cape is online. Requires a spade. Okay, we're going to hit the Great Conch. I've been meaning to do these clues for a bit. With this week's RNG, you might get them. Brother, if we can just keep this RNG rolling. Mount Carlum. Okay, that's going to be CIR. Before I predict, do you have streamer loot turned on? This week, it looks like it's on. I was wondering if it was even working anymore for about a month and a half straight. But now I'm convinced that it might be on. It could be possibly working. Bro, you didn't learn anything, did you, bagging that Voidwaker gem? You know why I bagged that Voidwaker gem, Hund? Was to bait your chat interaction with that sentence, so it was all worth it. Thank you for typing. One, two. Oh, yeah, I have to be wearing this stuff. One, two, talk. Good. No, what is this? I don't have this. I don't have this stash built. Staff of Air, Bronze Helm, Emmy of Power. Let's see. There's no way I have a bronze full helm. Lumbridge Swamp Cave. Is this the stash that was on that one episode of Gilnor Games? Power. Wait, bronze. I have bronze bars. I can make a bronze full, maybe. And then I could buy a Staff of Air right here in Variok. Wait, we might be good. You need 95 smithing for a bronze helm? Don't even tell me that. They gotta rework smithing, guys. This is crazy. Okay, deposit this. I need a source of light. I need a candy paint headgear. What else do I need? I need like a saw. Like an saw, dude, with a little bit of nails. Like 100 nails. No. I need 2 oak planks. 2 oak planks. Okay, so we make the full helm. Okay, we have the full bronzer. And then we buy the Staff of Air. Buy one. All right, we've got it. Now the real question is, how do we get to Lumbridge with no ports? Wizard's Tower. Stash building stream right now. Guys, what do you think we're doing? We are stash building it up. I always do clues on the normal spellbook. Yeah, so do I. But the problem is, I told you guys earlier, I have ADD. So I immediately was like, all right, let's do Slayer. Then after I did a Slayer task, I saw medium clues in my bank. And then I'm like, shit, I need to do medium clues. But I'd already gotten my full inventory ready to go do a bursting task. So now I'm like, crap, can we just do the clues while wearing the full bursting stuff? So here we are on the wrong spellbook, ready to burst, doing clues. Wear this, wield this. Dance, blow kiss, talk, casket, nice. Build, search it, wear it, Okay, first one opening. Ranger boots. We got a clog, a war blessing, and a bandos page. A double clog. Cloggers in the lair. Read the clue scroll north of Crandor Isle. Teleport. How in the world are we getting to Crandor? I haven't been there since I fought Elvarg back in Nam. Do we have to go to Kariamja? Isn't Crandor like over here or something? Oh. We hit the volcano? Oh, we hit the volcano and go underneath. So we just glory amulet there, yeah? I think we just hit a glory. Okay, we TP. Karam. Oh, you have a glory mounted in your house? I don't know if I have one. I do have a jewelry box, but my jewelry box is not max level yet. I'm about to get max level jewelry box one day. It's the last thing I need to do on my house. All right, we are in here. Oh my goodness, this cave is bringing back memories right here. I died to this boss a few times, actually. Okay, here we are. Goodness. What a little trek, huh? Okay, digging it up. New clue. Kill any hill giant for a medium key. Okay. DJR. I guess we'll go down to the giant fight pit. And then we'll search the thing in Shizen. I'm on him. Bashing him. Okay, medium key. Then search the crate on the top floor of the clothing shop in Shizen. Nice, we're here. Look at us just moving around the map, efficient, with purpose, smoothly, swiftly. Smooth is fast and fast is fast. You said top floor? Search crate. West Ardug. Ooh, in the bank. There is a bank right outside here, so maybe we just go down. I'd Greg, thank you for the prime. Would you be doing any interest? Have you have any interest in restricted runs? Yeah, after I finish this one. Artie Cloak. West Artie. Congrats for being the only one still playing OSRS. Yo, thank you. Happy to be here. Energy. We have 2 more energy charges for the day. I tell you what, boys. Those Ranger boots are going to be real nice. Let me tell you. These Ranger boots are quite elusive. Talk. 38. Read. Artie. Teleport. Going to the this is where, guys, dude, the medium clues bring back all the vibes. All the spots like where you farmed your first stuff. It's like brings back the vibes of the first week of playing the game. What? No way, dude. Ranger boots this clue. Let's go. Yo, think of the 5-monther. No way, dude. If we get Ranger boots on this clue, that we just are the most spooned ever this week. Most spooned ever this week. KQ drops a Dpick if you're not feeling the wildy. Thanks, Colton. We're actually fishing for a cow fight task right now so that we can do just that. So that's why we're doing some Slayer. The Nightmare Zone. This is Nightmare Zone here, huh? Never did that. Never done Nightmare Zone. Can we do some multi-boss? Yeah, we did that. We did that a lot a few days ago. So the only problem with the multi-bosses is we would have like 1 or 2 guys that would come gank us. First off, a lot of people show up to the multi-bosses, and it's a lot of Iron Men. So none of us can help each other. So we'd have like 2 guys that would show up, and they would just start picking us off. And none of us can fight back. So we're just like free loot for them. We're basically just advertising free loot whenever we do multi. All right, here we go. LMGD, thank you for the raid. What's going on, man? LMGD MMR, what's good, boys? You guys have just got here in time for me to get the Rangers boots right now. LMGD got Tebow. Yo, congrats on the Tebow, LMGD. That's crazy. Please drop me a medium clue, boys. Please. Please drop the Ranger boots. 3, 2, 1. Ranger boot. Oh my goodness. What is that? Ancient Miter. It's just as good, right? If I roll up in the drip, matching the ancestral. Bro, low key, this drip, without the boots, is kind of some drip. You know what I mean? We got the proselyte matching the ancient staff. Sheesh. Coming at you. You're not ready for it, huh? Oh, that thing has +5 prayer, +1 magic. What the heck? The thing actually has stats on it. Hit the bank real quick. Did LMGD actually get Tebow? Guys, there's no way. There's just no way. Trust me, if anybody gets a Tebow, everyone in the world will know about it. Everyone in the world will know about it already. You are getting what I like to call one guide. Never believe anything that one person says. That's the rule on Twitch. If like 30 people come into a chat and they're all typing something, it might be true. And then if they link a clip of it and you watch the clip and it's not AI, then it might be true. So whenever you hear something, that should be like, oh, that's phase 1 of that, whatever was just said, possibly being true. And so that's what you should be thinking. Oh, LMGD got Tebow. Okay, sure, buddy. Sure. That's what you should be thinking. Okay? And then if like 4 more people come in the chat and they're like, oh my God, LMGD just got a Tebow. And then you're like, wait a second, he might have actually got one. And then you click over to LMG stream and then he's like, oh my God, I got a Tebow. And then there's one in his inventory. Then you're like, okay, true. True. But right now, nah. We're on phase 1, guys. We're on phase 1. So you just shrug off the first one. You shrug that off. You never even think about it again. You never even go into some weird, elaborate, detailed story about how it's not true to try and get people to understand the conceptions of the intricacies of one guys, why they exist and how they think and how to handle them and how to operate and how to, teach your brain not to fall for their schemes and basically just evolve and grow as a person, which kind of happens here every single day on the stream. You probably don't do any of that. But that's all on some type shit. So take it for what you will. Are we going to keep this Explorer's Ring and then we're going to disenchant whatever we get? At least 30. Probably get a bunch of stuff from the creatures, whatever they're called. I don't think we need a seed pod. We can keep the gloves. Quest cape not needed. Magic cape not needed. Slayer month officially over? I think it kind of is, but also it's not because we're not 95 Slayer yet. I just got kind of burnt out on Slayer, not gonna lie. I needed a little bit of a break. Because of the whole, going mentally insane thing. But now I'm pretty good. I'm decent right now. True, this game is just all Slayer. It's all Slayer until you get all of the items that Slayer drops. But 90 to 95 Slayer is a pretty big grind. I mean, I'm just past halfway right now. And then you have Imbued Heart on top of that, which is just a whole nother deal. Even then, it's still Slayer because Slayer is good GP. Guys, who is caring about GP in 2026? The bots are selling GP at a fraction of the cost. You can work at McDonald's for a day and you can have GP. Okay? Nobody cares about GP. The game is about earning it yourself. The achievement of you having the collection log. All right? It's not about that craziness. Am I crashing this guy? Looks like I'm crashing somebody on every world. Unfortunately, no. Some of us mains have morals. Guys, if we spent all day talking about the 1% of people in life, you know what I mean? We wouldn't get anywhere. Brother, every single world is taken. All right, got one. I gotta turn off area sounds. Or do I turn off all sounds when I'm doing these? I think I turn off all sounds I'm doing these because these things are loud AF. Ooh, goading potions? Should I hit mixology and make goading potions right now? I heard those are no good for Iron Man. Heard it's not worth your time. Bodhi potions. LSJ kind of used them a lot. Once I finish, what am I trying to say here? I'm going to do a lot of mixology, probably off stream. Maybe like a couple of hours a day or something. As soon as I hit 92 mining. I'm almost there. I was trying to get a dragon pick so I could mine a little bit faster off stream on the shooting stars, but I can't believe I lost that dragon pick, man. That was tragic. That was extremely tragic. So what does potion storage do for you? Does it auto decant? Okay, so auto decant would be nice. I think we get that. That's probably something that we'll have within the month or so. Within the month, we should have potion storage. And we should be able to make our own super combats, which is pretty big for the account. You better get goggles and amulet first. I'll probably have to just get all the rewards from there. I think I got I think I ended up getting the majority of... I had enough points to get the majority of the rewards already, but I spent it all on prayer over time potions. What are they called? Prayer regen pots? I spent all of my rewards on Aldariums. I have no more Aldariums left. I used them all. Raynar Weed. Raynar Weed, pick that up. Guys, are we sure that Abyssal Demons are good XP per hour with how they port you around like this, like crazy? What's the XP per hour on these? Let's see. Reset all. I think we decided that that zombie pirate scroll wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth the time investment. Ooh, we got a grader right here. Thank goodness we're finally getting the Abyssal Heart. I'm tired of grinding for this thing. Already got 5.5 million Slayer XP, guys. I earned it. It's going to go great with my Confliction Gauntlets when I get those soon. Next time I do Doom. I'm at 41 million Slayer XP with no heart. That's absolute ass, bro. That is crazy. Yo, Wig. Tomorrow is TOA Friday. Yes, sir. TOA Friday hype. Yo, thank you very much for that 4-monther. Please. There it is. Boom. That's the heart. We're done. Missed battle staff. Bro, we are clogging today, huh? Was that on the heart table? Don't even tell me that was on the heart table. Was that actually on the table, bro? No way. We'll take the Ruined Medium Helm and the Dark Totem top, right? Yeah. Guys, there's no way that that was on the drop table for the heart. Are you kidding me? We just missed our Abyssal Heart right there. That is diabetical. Greater Abyssal Demon. Oh my god, it was on the table. And it was all missed battle staff. What the heck is an Eternal Gem? Damn, heart is still 3 times more rare than that staff, though. So the chances of me, the chances of me getting a heart is I would need to get 3 of those staffs, basically. I got 15 staffs with no heart. Oof. Yeah, we might bank this missed battle staff. Mist is what? Fire and air? Air and water. Mist. Okay. Air and water. I already have fire and water with the twin flame. Just take the air runes, I guess. So my Slayer XP per hour here is close to 80k actually. If you guys are trying to get Slayer XP per hour, are you using slaughters on these? Or are you just sending the extra damage from the torment? Slaughter, extra damage, slaughters. Damn. You guys are doing slaughters and barrage. I might be able to sustain barrage. If I could buy enough blood runes. I definitely don't want to craft them. How many blood runes can I make with like 10 mil? That might be the play here really soon. If I use that that mine, the scar mine. Around 30k runes for 10 million? Wait, maybe it's 4. No, is that right? Wait, we should just make like 20k blood runes actually. Spend a day making bloods? Probably not. I have PTSD from making blood runes after the Inferno. I have to try to avoid it at all costs now. I don't think there's a faster way to get blood runes than doing True Blood Altar with the essence on you. I think that's the fastest way if you're not paying for them. Barrows is free. Yeah, the thing about Barrows is you're actually using runes to get runes. I think you still profit a bit, but you do use them to get them. Did you see Mad Season's Barrow log? No, I have not seen that. Oh, we can use I now at Barrows, huh? Wait, what type of damage is I? Because Barrows is weak to air. It's non-type damage? It's just generic magic. Typeless magic. It's 3 tick and does like 40 damage. So we should blast Barrows runs now. Yo, maybe we'll have to go back and farm Barrows. Get some sick gear. Make Barrows teleport? I do have that. I have Barrows teleport in my house. It takes you right there. So literally you make house tabs. You do a Barrows run, you teleport to your house, restore everything, and then you port back, and then you're right there. You just go again. It is the most OP thing ever. Full restore, you get your spec back, everything, and then you're right back there in like 5 seconds. It's crazy. That's that efficiency right there. Would you guys rather do Barrows runs or craft blood runes 1 run at a time? Yo, Sarge, you watching any Olympics? No, sir. AFK Zia is always nice. Bro, I've AFK'd Zia. It's not that AFK, guys. You gotta click a lot. There's only 2 things in this game that are AFK that I've found. There's only 2 things that are AFK. The gym crab and star mining. Nothing else is AFK in this game. Those are the only 2. A close third would be... No, salvaging I haven't done yet. So I can't talk about salvaging. I heard salvaging is AFK. I also haven't done woodcutting. And I heard redwoods are AFK. But I heard that there's something that's even more AFK. And that's farming those trees at Doom. So, of the things that I've tried, there are 2 things that are AFK. Gym crab and star mining. And the other things that I think are AFK is redwoods, salvaging, and Karambwans is on the line. Karambwan is like 2 minutes of AFK. And then you have to do a lot of clicking after that to bank your Karambwans. Unless you're just dropping them, which is criminal. I have a fishing barrel, yeah. You should try RS3. You can AFK everything. Okay. Playing one version of RuneScape is enough for me. I'm going to just say it. This game, the amount of time you have to invest into this game, it kind of traps you here. That's one thing I don't even mind about WoW anymore. I think the biggest problem with WoW was that I was trying to make it a like a forever game, like a one game. And it's actually not meant to be that way. Like, WoW is kind of nice. You can beat it in a week and then go play other games. But RuneScape, you can't play other games. And I guess you can if you can find a way to AFK stuff. But there's so much to do in RuneScape. Like, there's always, like, you want to be actively playing it whenever you can, and then you want to be AFKing it when you can't. So essentially, you want to always be playing RuneScape. It can occupy all of your time if you let it. And a lot of people do. Because it's just so much, it requires so much time. $486 days played on my main? Damn. It's very degenerate. Which is good for a full-time streamer. Definitely need something degenerate. Otherwise, you beat it too quickly. And you can't really do... I mean, I don't really know many new streamers that are doing variety that are doing well. Unless you make it... can somehow make it doing variety. But I don't see a lot of variety streamers anymore. So it's nice if you have one game. RuneScape is like the game for the one game Andy. Because then you have just an infinite amount of stuff that you need to do. So I think RuneScape is a great game for one game Andy's. Goose is a variety streamer? Yeah, that's why I said new streamers. Because Guzu has been streaming long enough, has a big enough audience that'll kind of allow him to do that. True. Yeah, I agree with that. Damakazi, thank you very much for the 5. A lot of the what justifies how much you have to play in RuneScape to get anything done is that you only have to do it once. And then you have it, and then it's done. So that's why horizontal progression just kind of owns. Because no matter how long the grind is or whatever, you know you could just do it one time and it's done. Yeah, new theory-wise video is good. All right, might have to check it out today. We'll probably queue it up right now while we're doing this.
Ever wonder how we...
All right, let's see.
went from this to this?
Ooh, that Awakened Leviathan?
Sure, it's all ones and zeros, but it's rare that one game, over the course of its lifespan, changes so much about its moment-to-moment gameplay. Well, it would be rare if MMOs didn't exist. The kind...
Did you guys ever think that when you were playing RuneScape 25 years ago, when you were 12, in the middle school technology lab, that the combat would evolve to what it is now, and then you'd still be playing the game 25 years later because there were no better MMOs that have come out? I didn't. It's kind of crazy that we're still here. I thought we'd be in flying cars by now, and 25 years later, we got all the technology in the world, and no one can make a better MMO than RuneScape or WoW. That is crazy to me.
Of evolutions in combat, in gameplay, and systems that would be reserved to sequels, prequels, and spiritual successors are all packaged neatly into a single game. Not neatly, actually. It's usually incredibly messy and it sometimes kills the game, but it's all there thanks to the genre demanding progress, iteration without pivoting into an entirely different game. RuneScape is no stranger to this. Its oldest incarnation was an MUD, then became what is now referred to as RuneScape Classic, and then went through its first evolutionary period with RuneScape 2 in 2004. And then RuneScape 3, and then back to RuneScape 2, but also still RuneScape 3. It's complicated. Over the course of this 25-year journey, the gameplay has changed quite drastically. The core remains, the 600 millisecond tick system governing each batched player action, as well as the invisible tiles which house the world itself. What we do in that world, though, has, in a roundabout sense, evolved. Our attitudes, our motivations, the simple joy of simply chopping a simple tree and simply burning some simple logs. Simple is RuneScape. It's old school, one-to-one actions, clicking and waiting. That's what it is on the surface anyway. That's how it's sold. That's a design principle, but it's not an on-the-ground reality. Old school RuneScape is incredibly complex, deep, often.
I think RuneScape is the definition of like how simplicity can be complex. It's how complex can we make simple is the basis of like RuneScape, right? So you can keep it simple sometimes, but then sometimes you want that complexity, which makes the combat harder. So what Zaryu told me one time was he's like, the only reason RuneScape is hard is because they don't let you keybind your stuff. And I thought about that and I was like, yeah, that is kind of true. By limiting all of your actions to one hand, you now are not able to like the only thing you can do with your left hand is keybinds, like where you're swapping between your books, which does give you faster clicks, right? But because they don't let you keybind like protect from melee, where you could just click it with like a 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 on your left hand, it makes the game more complex. So they add complexity by limiting stuff, by taking stuff away. And I actually see that same trend in a lot of content creators. They challenge themselves by taking away content, right? So this is how the evolution of hardcore started. What happens if we take away the ability to die, right? And then what happens if you get somebody like Settled who locks themselves into a zone? Or what happens if he locks himself to only being able to go to islands and he tries to see how far he can get in the game? And so by taking away stuff, you can make the game harder and you can make the game more interesting. And that's a whole nother thing that's just really cool that I've been kind of looking at and noticing in MMOs and patterns. And it happens in WoW too. So
unintuitive and frustrating. It has a steeper learning curve than every popular MMO, and that's just the learning curve. As players, our access to external data, wikis, guides, and of course plugins have raised the skill floor of the game drastically. And today, I want to discuss how, why, and what that has led to. But before I do, consider snuggling up for a quick nap. What's that? You can't. You are one of the 3 adults in the world today that suffer from symptoms of insomnia. You constantly wake up tired and groggy. Don't worry,
is that
the
you
sponsor
guys?
of today's video, Mantis Sleep, has you covered. They sent me one of their new gen sleep masks a little while ago, and while I was never much of a sleep mask enjoyer, what they've done here has kind of changed my mind. I get it now.
Okay.
Their products are comfortable, soft, adjustable, and best of all, help you manage some of the most important moments in your life. Sleep. Bad sleep impacts you in more ways than you think.
Yeah, sleep is
from worse
important.
attention spans to even some health risks. Using this mask has helped me take control of my sleep schedule and become far more productive when I'm awake. If you're interested in checking them out,
It looks
feel free
pretty
to use my
sick.
promo code TheoryWise and get 10% off your first purchase. Link in the description.
I
Now
use this
back
whenever
to
you
the
go
video.
live.
One of
What
the
the
most
heck, Jordy?
interesting facts about RuneScape's mechanical evolution over multiple decades is that it's as much influenced by player discovery as it is medium-driven iteration. What I mean by this is most games change based on their players' general skill levels and expectations derived from other competing games. RuneScape changed in response to players figuring out the unintentional intricacies of its combat, movement, and more. So for a game like World of Warcraft, the many ways its gameplay has evolved since release is easy to track. Early raid bosses were a collection of simple mechanics, usually between 2 or 3, that punished you heavily for failing. Fire is over here, don't stand in it. A debuff is applied to a player, dispel it, or they will die. At the time, this alone was innovative and surprisingly intuitive. It wasn't commonplace to see an MMO create large group content, 40 players in an arena, and force them to coordinate, not just in what they're targeting, but how they're targeting what they're doing together. Difficulty in this case is group size dependent, and while I don't want to spend too much time discussing difficulty in this video, as I'm working on one explicitly about the topic, I will put it simply: the larger a group, the simpler the mechanics ought be. So as raid sizes in World of Warcraft shrunk from 40-man to 25-man and eventually to 10 and 20-man, mechanics proportionally became more complex. Simultaneously, players became better at playing. They mastered their character kits, the specific tells for boss mechanics, and developed easy-to-understand terminology to communicate. All of this created an environment where the skill floor raised drastically to accommodate those players. Today, even the easiest raid encounters in World of Warcraft are far more complex than those that existed in 2004, even if those easier difficulties aren't as punishing. We're all better at games now, and the language of not standing in fire or grouping up to soak and split damage of a certain
Drop the circles on the
has
edge.
become ubiquitous. Most games have these mechanics now, and the MMO's learning curve shrunk in part due to this.
I've never seen this fight before in my life, but like they're dropping the small circles on the edge of the room, and then they're dropping the big circles on the edge of the room. That seems pretty simple here.
RuneScape
and then
also became more...
Then when they see this swirly stack, they're all stacking up in it. So there's 3 different types of circles. That's the mechanic.
Difficult. But the developer-player arms race took on a different guise. Much like how RuneScape's skill floor and ceiling are drastically different to other MMOs, the ways in which the combat evolved over time is too. What hasn't evolved is the subscription button and the like button, so go ahead and click them if you want. Anyway, as with other MMOs in the late 90s and early 2000s, the most difficult encounters in RuneScape were binary stat checks solved by gear and grouping. Alone, you are leaving it up to RNG to determine outcome, but together, apes strong. We are able to mitigate chance and pummel the boss. Bossing in general was seen as a group-driven activity. The term implied a level of communality, of synergy. Solo encounters were less common, whereas today they are the norm. At this point, we're still in 2004. In September, the Calphite Queen was released, and much like every other boss beforehand, was created with the intent of being an endgame group fight. A multi-stage encounter wherein you're incentivized to bring different combat styles to mitigate its
That's what Calphite Queen looks like?
Or have teammates that took on specific roles, a major, ranger, and meleeer. Quickly, Jagex found a flaw. Well, the players did, and then Jagex responded to it. You could use the game's overhead prayer mechanic to mitigate most of the damage, making her effectively soloable. While preceding encounters like the King Black Dragon would hit through prayer thanks to the way his breath attacks work, the Calphite Queen didn't. Jagex saw this and saw how players discovered ways to avoid taking damage and updated the Queen to attack with all 3 combat styles at random. Also, she never missed anymore with her ranged and mage attacks, meaning that whoever is tanking her would get totally obliterated if other players don't pick up the slack and attack in their stead. That's because eating hard food in old school RuneScape, which was the only type of food that existed at the time, put a delay on your next attack, meaning that the more you ate, the less damage you were capable of dealing. The Calphite Queen successfully became a group encounter, low complexity, a single mechanic, and high incentives to bring your friends.
A group encounter.
This also set the stage for a rather interesting relationship between the developers and the players. Using the pre-established game mechanics, users were able to find an unintended solution to the boss, a way of avoiding its damage. Take note of this because player ingenuity becomes the backbone for most of the game's combat.
Isn't it funny that developers, they will make something and they're like, okay, this is gonna be a cool way to like bring people together to try and like, group up, and maybe they'll have to team up and beat this boss together. They'll make some friendships. And the first thing people do is try to figure out a way to do it alone. That's what people do. Can I do this boss without any help? That's what people are over here trying to do. And then they figure out a way to do that instead. And then the devs are like, well, it's too late. Just leave it in there.
Iteration. Shortly after, in 2005, the Barrows were released, notably a solo boss. And in that same year, the Fight Caves, a solo challenge, was released as well. Each one leaned heavier into prayer as the core of RuneScape's combat system. Well,
Yeah,
I can't
prayer
say
is
this
like
for
everything
certain, as I
now.
don't have access to the developers who worked on the game back then.
Those god dang prayer pots, man. They're always eluding me.
I will go out on a limb and say that they used the player discovery during the first weeks of the Calphite Queen release as a lesson, because both of these new fights were specifically oriented around toying with the prayer mechanic. Barrows sought to challenge players with prayer upkeep as the crypts they explored slowly drained prayer points. The incentive was to go fast and to use prayer potions. Meanwhile, the Fight Caves innovated with internal prayer mechanics as well as external ones. Much like Barrows, upkeep was a foundation. Because you had to fight through dozens of progressively more difficult waves, all on a single inventory, you had to itemize for longevity, endurance, which is what made the final wave so challenging. After spending well over
Bruh, I just thought of this. WoW. In WoW, your mana bar would be like prayer if mana pots were the only way to restore it. And everybody used mana. It's kind of an interesting way of thinking about it.
an hour in the arena, you face the Tztok Jad. For the first time, internal reaction times were introduced to RuneScape. Based on the kind of attack animation he did, the player responded with an appropriate overhead prayer to fully mitigate damage. You see how the developer's oversight in damage mitigation on the Calphite Queen translated.
And WoW, your mana right now, or your mana just restores on its own. It restores very slowly while you're in combat, and then it restores faster when you're not in combat, and then you can eat or drink over the course of 30 seconds to restore your mana. And so the concept of like using some type of energy or some type of resource bar and then restoring that resource bar is like a very core fundamental of MMOs. It just manifests in different forms. But it's interesting that RuneScape's prayer bar does not restore on its own. Like you have to have something, you have to consume something or touch something to restore that prayer, and those things that you touch are in specific spots. But in WoW, it will just restore normally over time at a slow rate.
To an actual mechanic. Now you can fully mitigate all the damage, you just had to pray correctly, respond, and react to the animation. It's silly and simple today, but at the time, for a browser-based MMO defined by pointing and clicking, this changed everything. Now, preparation became just one step, how you oriented your inventory, which gear you chose to bring. The second step, execution, altered the paradigm of RuneScape's combat forever.
Right.
Back then, evolution came yearly. First, the Dagonoth Kings put the focus back on group encounters with individual roles, and 2 years later, the God Wars dungeon was released. Once again, the mechanics operated internally. You're not so much reacting to the boss, but rather preparing for one. As RuneScape grew older, the skill of the average player increased, as it does with every long-running game or franchise, and frankly, RuneScape was slow to accommodate this.
People used to do bandos in a mass. That is not meta anymore. Now you just solo it with door alter method.
You can't just look over at your competition, World of Warcraft in this case,
King,
and
thank you for the prime.
transpose those mechanics onto RuneScape. It's not a one-to-one translation. There was an interesting innovation that came in 2007 though, one I have mentioned in a prior video. The giant rock boss in My Arm's Big Adventure, which is a quest, was the first ever instance of an area damage ability. The bird would launch a flying rock at the player, and with good timing, they would move away.
Oh, I remember this bird.
This was one of the first adaptations of a standard RPG mechanic.
I one-shot this bird, of course.
Set the tone for just about every future innovation in RuneScape's standard
In 2
design
attempts.
space. We cannot undersell just how important this moment was. Area effect abilities are the simplest way to convey mechanical danger, and future bosses use this newly established language to convey just that. In 2011, Nex was released as an addition to the God Wars dungeon and integrated all the lessons of the past half-decade, switching prayers, damaging ground abilities, and copious preparations mixed with the odd sprinkle of sustain. I find it fascinating how RuneScape began to inhabit standard RPG mechanics, dodging AoEs, stacking, spreading, alongside its bespoke RuneScapey ones, prayer, gear switching, and eventually an integration with player-driven discovery, the tick system. Now obviously players didn't discover ticks. The 600 millisecond system that forms the backbone of the entire game was an intentional design choice bred from the limitations of its era, but much like so many of the coolest emergent player discoveries in any game, learning to manipulate those limitations created some of the deepest and most innovative solutions to things that would otherwise be seen as flaws. If you're a RuneScape player who fancies themselves a big brain PvM boss enjoyer, then you are likely aware that just about every single fight in the entire game has a level of emergent discovery attached to its meta execution. More importantly, each fight is bound by RuneScape's tile-based movement and batched 600 millisecond ticks.
Right.
Meaning that when you start to parse the game as those two governing principles, you start to unwind the visuals and sound from the true bones holding those things together. You see, a developer's job is to hide those limitations. In fact, the quote-unquote evolved version of RuneScape, RuneScape 3, very much tried to do that. If the game was seen as being bound by tiny little squares on a grid, then that makes it sound childish, outdated, stupid. If it was just pointing and clicking, then that's...
I'm not gonna lie, man. The RuneScape players don't really seem to care about the whole simplicity of the tile movement and all that. I mean, I think it is a bit... It is a bit... It's not very appealing for new players, but once you play RuneScape, you don't care anymore. Which is something totally different in itself. But I guess they tried to hide that with RS3, and it doesn't seem like it's working very well because not a lot of people want to play RS3.
It's hard to make exciting for a newer generation of players. So this version of RuneScape did its best to hide those things, not by editing them out of the game's infrastructure, but rather by deprioritizing them in outward design. Simple things like the area you're clicking on is highlighted as a circle, not a square,
blink?
or certain abilities cast because, yes, this version of the game has abilities akin to a standard hotbar RPG, take up circles on the ground rather than squares. That may sound
Tiles and ticks and everything. I didn't like it at first, and it definitely grew on me, but it just wasn't very appealing coming from a WoW player. Like in WoW, you can move like a fraction of a millimeter to the left and right. Like there's no limit. It's no like you have to be here, 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 or here. Like there's so much like in between movement, and you have a hitbox. You know, you don't really have a hitbox in RuneScape. It's what tile are you standing on? That's where the damage is. Where you were either on that tile or you weren't, and it's not where your character looks like he is. It's where your true tile is. So even if your character is on that tile visually, he might not be on that in actuality. And that took me a while to grasp that concept, because in WoW, where your character looks like he is actually where he is. And that was a totally new thing for me, I guess, in RuneScape. That took me a while.
Totally innocuous. Why would anyone complain about that? Who cares? Yet when you think about it, doesn't this make no sense? Take Sunshine as an example.
And thank you for the prime.
Ground
What's up,
targeted
Telsker?
ability that grants you a damage increase while you stand in it. Notoriously, its effect is larger than its visuals, because the ground that it's actually on is larger than the circle that it inhabits. By trying to hide the—
Wait, you're right there, Tech, because once you do grasp that concept, you start to think and move and click in 6-second intervals. You start to look at where your true tile is instead of your character, and you start to evolve as a gamer in this game. And it happens pretty rapidly. I would say the fight that evolved me the most as a player for timing and movement was probably Doom. And then second would be Inferno with prayer flicking, and then using the wall to come out and then learn how to destack and things like that. CG was the first. I would say CG is probably the third one. It teaches you like the basics of combat very well, using 2 different forms of combat and then flicking 2 different forms of damage. But with Infernal Cape and then at Doom, it takes it up another notch. And so those are like the 3 different points for me in the game where I feel like after doing those 3 fights, I was just different after that. I was just like, I was not the same. I wasn't on the same level that I used to be. I'd very clearly advanced my skills after doing those 3 fights enough times.
The infrastructure of the game, the developers unintentionally sacrificed visual clarity. Not to make this a RuneScape 3 video, but it was only recently did these priorities begin.
Not Dragon Slayer 1. Guys, nothing in the early game of RuneScape made me better at the game. I'm sorry. It made me maybe worse because I just learned how to safe spot everything. That's if like the first month, you don't learn anything. You don't learn RuneScape. You don't get better at the game. Like, you don't get better at the game until CG. Like, just nothing in the game really advances you at the level that the game is at now. Like, you need to really get to the Grand Master Quest before you start to see any difficulty. I mean, maybe some of the Master Quests, like Sins of the Father. But even those are brain dead compared to the stuff that happens later in the game. So, yeah, that's why it's tough. It's tough to say that I really advanced at all in combat. And that's one of the things about RuneScape is I wish some of those advanced PVM stuff were in the game earlier. And I hope that Cowboss gets to be that thing. Gets to fill that void of like, okay, this is how hard the combat actually gets. And you can see that right from level 3.
Begin to once again shift. In one of the most recent updates, the Sanctum of Rebirth dungeon, the developers created a new telegraph system that showcased what was invented for the game all the way back in 2007 with the giant rock, area effect damage. But unlike the click highlight and this sunshine ability, they're squares. See? Clarity, and it looks good too. This change gave them the ability to create more precise mechanics with tighter timings. It should go as no surprise that by embracing the backbone, the architecture of the game, they made some of the most beloved boss encounters ever released. If you're wondering why I brought this all up, I want you to consider this. Instead of shying away from the fundamentals, what if Jagex embraced them from the get-go? That's what old school RuneScape began to do shortly after their first new encounter, Zulrah. The rigid grid of RuneScape was not only something understood by its developers, but also the players. Back in the early days of RuneScape, I'm sure there was the keen-eyed few who understood the functions of the game's architecture, processed the
Thank
picks,
you very much for the 4
saw
months.
the hidden tiles. Yet with old school RuneScape's return in 2013, this became a language spoken by the player base, a language that only became more popular in time. Much like how between 2004 and 2007, World of Warcraft standardized callouts for traditional MMORPG mechanics, Jagex 2 created a lexicon for their version of an MMO. RuneScape was so unique, so disconnected from those games, it needed an entirely separate method of communicating those ideas. And the more players began to talk about ticks, understand the movement system, manipulate it to their benefit, Jagex was faced with a choice: try to hide it like in RuneScape 3, or embrace it. Considering old school RuneScape's inception was as a harsh juxtaposition to RuneScape 3, effectively becoming the antithesis to that game's least popular traits, of course, the at the time development team chose to embrace it. You like squares? Fine, have an entire boss room full of squares. This just allows us to make it harder. An example of this player-led shift in philosophy is with the integration of what is commonly referred to as a tile skip. As I mentioned, RuneScape is one giant grid of tiles, and your player moves through those tiles, one for every 600 milliseconds.
This took me a long time to figure out.
Running, however, speeds up this action by 2 times. You are now moving across.
Because I didn't have True Tile for the first month playing the game, I didn't realize that your character doesn't touch the tile next to you when you're running. I did not understand this concept for a very long time until I got True Tile.
2 tiles every tick. But here's where that gets a little silly.
You're just teleporting 2 tiles at a time.
Of the engine, or perhaps just a shortcut while coding the game, one of the original developers, likely one of the Gowers, made your character's actions batched. Your player character takes up only 1 tile at any given time, at any given 600 millisecond increment. What this means is that there's no real way to speed up the action of movement. You can only be in one area. So the workaround was that when you run in old school RuneScape, you're actually just skipping tiles, every odd tile in fact, which in turn allows you to do some really goofy stuff, like completely avoid this wall beast trap in the Lumbridge Caves. It only triggers if you're on this 1 tile, so by activating Run, standing 1 tile beside the trigger point, and simply clicking ahead, your character skips over that tile. Is this unintuitive? Yes. Do you need an external plugin to help explain this to you? Yes. Did this create some of the strangest yet most satisfying mechanics I've ever done in an MMO? Also, yes. I don't want to get into every example of this because, again, I am working on a video about difficulty in RuneScape where we will get very deep into this nerdy shit. I want you to understand that when the players began to harness these mechanics to their advantage, Jagex didn't really have an option other than working with them. It's not like the old school version of the game should recode the entire movement system, right? That's why in the very first raid released in 2017, you can do this. By tracking the true tile of this janky looking electricity, I can skip it by timing my own movement in accordance. Since that discovery, the tile skip has become one of the many emergent mechanics popularized in the community, to the point where its unintentional inclusion in the first raid became an intentional one later on. It's not all perfect though, or intuitive. Notice how a lack of
Guys, tile skipping is the equivalent of mage blinking in WoW. Because you're literally blinking from one area to another, and you don't register the tiles or the area that you go across. So you're teleporting. So when you're just, it's OP in RuneScape that you could teleport just by moving. And that's pretty crazy that you can do that, because blink is one of the most OP abilities in raids in WoW.
Intuitiveness is a huge point of friction in old school RuneScape. Because the game is old and running on an antiquated backend, a ton of its mechanics are emergent and therefore difficult to really explain in the game without having some really weird pop-up breaking down the architecture of its bizarre code. Zarpus in the Theater of Blood, the second raid for example, has 1 tile wide poison puddles that notably can't be skipped. If you move over them like you would the Wall Beast trigger, you still take some poison damage. Personally, I think Jagex understood that this was a poor idea, as it causes players to second guess every use of this now well-established mechanic, and so in almost every future boss, it's actually integrated. Yama has these shadow explosions bifurcate out of the corner of the arena, which very well can be tile skipped. In fact, it's very common to do so. The same applies to Heikodal's shockwaves. This was even integrated into skilling activities such as the Hollowed Sepulchre, featuring plenty of unique mechanics that incentivize a deeper understanding of movement. These floor tiles, the yellow ones send you backward.
Did bro just say Hui? He's talking about Huey?
The blue ones teleport you forward, are patterned in such a way as to allow skilled players to manipulate movement to their benefit. To think all of this started with a rock throwing a rock at a player in a silly quest about a troll that wants to learn to farm. We went from being stat checked by the Calphite Queen to being purely skill checked in some of the most recent bosses. As I pointed out in my video on RuneScape's itemization identity crisis, this eventual reliance on skill checks over stat checks has developed an environment where pure mechanical skill sits above all else in new content. On the surface, this sounds great, right? Incentivize getting good over RNG hits from the Calphite Queen. Yes, by and large, it is good. It has created for some of the best fights in the game, and I think most players will agree that old school RuneScape's bossing today is the best it has ever been. But it has its own issues. RuneScape is an incredibly interconnected game. There are so many different things that feed into one another. When you're creating a fight, you can't just think of what is the most fun, you need to consider a lot more too, such as the economy surrounding the items the fight drops. Zulrah had notoriously overtuned common drops that created large economic issues after it became an easily farmable encounter. Meanwhile, other fights such as the Nightmare have such poor common drops and such rare uniques that they're often not seen as worth doing at all. As a developer, you need to balance the tedious grind with the excitement of the loot and the impact of all of this in the economy. One way would be by creating restrictions, gating the boss through a variety of different means. Maybe you need to do a Grandmaster quest that requires hundreds of hours of grinding to begin. Maybe you need a certain key item to access it. Maybe you just aren't geared or statted enough to do it consistently. All of these things are individual tuning knobs that form the balance of resource input, how much you're spending to do the fight, with resource output, what you're getting out of it. Vorkath, for example, is, well, terrible, but also not done for his hilariously rare and borderline useless uniques. It prints supplies, and as a result is a rather consistent source of income for non-Ironmen. With that in mind, it's also a pretty stat-checky boss too. Much like all the way back with the Calphite Queen, you cannot pray against all of Vorkath's attacks. Most players chug an anti-fire potion, camp pray mage, and then hope he doesn't continuously barrage them with ranged attacks. Eventually though, due to this effectively unavoidable damage, your inventory dries up. You cannot continue mowing through kills and must go to your bank and prepare for another trip. This breaks up the pacing, creates a definitive resource investment, and also prevents players from getting like 100 kills an hour by being able to camp inside the area indefinitely. It's a way to semi-artificially keep the value of his already valuable common table. Now, to compare it to the skill-focused encounters of today, Vorkath sits on...
That is a controversial thing on whether it's good or not. I think it's okay to have both types of fights, but I'm not a huge fan of chip damage. If I play perfectly, I think I should be able to stay there all day, but the fight should be difficult enough to where I can't do that. Unless I'm just like Wooks or something crazy like a robot. You know, that's why I like Doom a lot.
On what I would call the opposite end of the spectrum. It's not balanced around player execution, but rather the old school preparation with minimal mechanics and maximum RNG. That's not to say there isn't tech here, there is, but by and large, most players aren't getting more than 2 or 3 kills a trip. Over time, this design really started to become frustrating. Players didn't want these random spikes in damage just for the sake of balancing some vague, barely tangible concept of economy, and Jagex responded to that. Over the next couple years, fights began to utilize a different kind of damage calculus, more like Jad from the Fight Caves and less like the Calfight Queen. This is where the on-hit versus on-animation separation really comes to a head. Put simply, damage in old school RuneScape is calculated in two ways. On animation, where in the moment the enemy starts doing an animation, the hit has already effectively been registered, as in you cannot pray against it in a reactive sense.
This is a tough thing for a new player to understand, is when do I pray? Because there's different bosses and you kind of just figure it out by messing it up. Or you look it up ahead of time. But it's interesting that they swap back and forth kind of between the two different prayers. Like sometimes you, like Leviathan, you just pray before it. Wait. Actually, I don't remember Leviathan if you pray before it leaves his mouth. Or if you pray before it hits you. Like Scurdius is before it hits you. So you can change it midair. And then Jad's like a double where he'll do an animation, then you pray, and then the projectile leaves. And so you have that window before it leaves, right? And then you have something like Spindle, which if you're doing range on Spindle, it's 8 attacks range, 8 attacks mage, and you have to swap before it leaves. Otherwise, you're taking damage. And so it's like they kind of mix it up.
This is how most damage is handled. On hit is a more intuitive function. The animation starts, the projectile flies toward
Levi and
you,
Manticore are the
you
same, but they're
react to it by
different.
praying accordingly. It visually makes sense because most games work this way.
Okay.
Vorkath, like the Calfight Queen, isn't driven by reaction times to his auto attacks. Therefore, you can just get unlucky and tank hit after hit after hit. Sometimes a 2 or 3 kill trip could be cut short because of how unlucky you were. On the other hand, on hit encounters such as the Leviathan here, pure reaction time and skill is the governing factor. There is no luck, just execution, which creates a level of consistency that a lot of players found satisfying. But it also creates the issue of not accounting for the very reason why fights like Vorkath work the way they do, to balance the game. Leviathan may be a far better boss on every conceivable front, but it doesn't solve this issue. That's where difficulty, skill checks, start to become the norm. But not before Jagex implemented an alternative half measure, something called chip damage.
Yep, there we go.
You can react to just about everything, you can pray correctly, but upon doing so, you still take damage, just way less than you would have otherwise.
The chip damage
a 40 will
in
turn
CG
into like a 4. Again, a way to integrate consistency into balancing resource input with the encounter's output.
It's
but
rough.
Players too got fed up with taking an endless stream of damage, so even that has been mitigated and turned into mostly skill expression. On one hand, fights today are more exciting, creative, and expressive than ever before. On the other hand, they are balanced only by the ever-increasing skill ceiling of the game. Players are getting better, and due to this, the value of older fights will eventually decrease because they become more farmable. It's an interesting conundrum. I know I prefer the design of fights today, and when Jagex ports an older encounter over like Nex with relatively minimal changes from its original incarnation from 2011, it sucks. It makes for an obnoxious, shitty, annoying, stupid, barely functional encounter that like 12 people in the game enjoy. I don't like Nex, but it does have its merits, even if they are a little esoteric to process and might not be worth it in the end. My absolute favorite part of old school RuneScape's boss design has to be when they integrate evocative RPG mechanics into what are otherwise standard encounters. I think the roots of old school RuneScape's bossing are now firmly understood: prayer, movement, and gear switching, which we didn't even touch on much in this video. Yet there's a lot more to appreciate. I call RuneScape a curated sandbox, a way to point out how intentional its design is, while still also motioning to the fact that it has a dozen different paths like your average sandbox MMO. It's a blend of a traditional MMO with a sandbox one, and its ability to be that is a major reason for why it's so successful. The way all of its different systems cross-pollinate is so cool that I made an entire 50-minute video about it. What's arguably even cooler is that this kind of cross-pollination hyper-integration manages to weasel its way into general boss design too. While games like World of Warcraft have established their combat niche with super tightly tuned boss fights that push the best groups to their absolute limits, RuneScape manages to do that on the top end while still finding novel ways to not box itself in mechanically, thematically. Sure, the roots are prayer, movement, and gear switching, but the fights that break the mold just a bit are often some of my favorites because they are only possible in a game like RuneScape. An example would be Surok Magus from the Grandmaster quest While Guthix Sleeps. He's a mage of inordinate strength, one you had to deal with in a past quest, but now must take on at his full power. While magic in RuneScape has since taken on quite a few different faces and spellbooks, Surok is defiantly a traditional long-bearded evil Gandalf-type mage. Elemental spells, the old-school traditional spellbook, is the name of the game.
I also one-shot this guy.
Because the old-school RuneScape spellbooks house both combat
in less
and
than 3
utility
tries.
spells, you don't need to choose what you do. As long as you have the runes, you can kind of do it all whenever you want, which allows Jagex to create some novel D&D-esque mechanics for this quest-specific boss, such as him throwing out a magically protected explosive. If you try to pick it up and disarm it, it explodes, dealing massive amounts of damage to you. So clearly handling it with your bare hands is a bad idea, who would have thought? So instead, use a niche spell in your spellbook called Telekinetic Grab, which can be cast from a distance and places the object directly into your bag. But when you do that, you are faced with a lit explosive in your bag. That's not good.
Bro, I think Shobek just ate through all the damage on this boss. He did no mechanics, and he just out DPS'd it. I don't think he even did the thing.
Good, it'll still explode. If you can't disarm it, surely
you really got Void Waker before Dpick? Yeah, I did, JPC.
There's another unique spell in the standard spellbook.
Alchemize.
Through sheer creativity and magical prowess, you telekinetically grab it and then alchemize it while it's in your inventory, transforming it into a couple gold coins for your effort. What an absolutely amazing idea. The solution to this mechanic feels like something the funniest party member in your D&D group would come up with. It's awesome. Genuinely one of the coolest mechanics I have ever seen in a modern MMO. RuneScape is chock full of these game-specific sorts of things, such as the jar mechanic on Zebak, one of the bosses in the 3rd raid. He spits out poison, rocks, and jugs all around the arena, and you only have a handful of seconds to figure out a way to clear out the poison around these rocks, because he's about to let out an ear-piercing roar that will damage you and likely kill you if you don't hide behind the rock first. You can roll these jugs, which are full of water by the way, in any direction, and when you do, you must time a precise shot with your ranged weapon to shatter them, washing away the poison. You can also roll one of them into the rock itself, which also breaks the jug and clears the poison. It's the little things like that which adds so much flavor to a fight that, like many others, is mainly reliant on well-timed prayers and movement. There are so many different examples of novel mechanics in old school RuneScape. What's your favorite? I'm sure there is so much more to say about old school RuneScape's strange evolution.
I like Doomwave 8, 7 and 8 in Doom is really nice. Those are my favorite mechanics in all of the game, because you can do it without taking any damage if you do it perfectly, and you're constantly balancing between like positioning, movement. You have to swap weapons to spec the boss. You have to kill grubs, avoid stuff on the ground, clear the ground. You can like clear the ground with the ball, and then you can also, if you DPS it fast enough, you can actually skip mechanics, which is cool too. So it has like all of the cool stuff in it.
Evolution. What once was a point-and-click game is still a point-and-click game. You're just pointing and clicking a dozen different things every few seconds. You aren't just idling, waiting to see if you need to teleport out because you've been hit back-to-back-to-back 40s by the Calphite Queen. Because today, even the Calphite Queen has highlighted player ingenuity. It's still a horrible fight, but in it being so horrible, creative users have found ways to alleviate the taxing RNG just a little bit. In this video, you've likely seen clips of me doing the Calphite Queen and stepping underneath her in 3-tick increments with a high-speed magic weapon.
Is he using
which allows me
Ayak
to
on the
stall
Calphite Queen?
Queen's 4-tick attacks, effectively hitting her twice for every single
With
attack
an
she does
Infernal
against
Cape?
me. Even the dingiest, oldest, driest caves housing the most outdated and frankly obnoxious boss encounters, the players have found ways to let their creativity sing. Something only made possible by this game's obtuse challenges and grindy gameplay. If everything came quick, then no one would care enough to figure these things out. If everything was immediately palatable and understandable, then that would be true too. Finally, we all
Bro, theory-wise has Virtus, Ancestral, Gauntlets, Ayak, Heart. What the hell? This guy's pumping.
ought to give credit to Jagex too. Lesser studios would see these things as exploits, as game-breaking, as things worth patching out in favor of developer intent. Yet here it all is, as janky and unwelcoming
Surely his
as
GIM
ever,
partner
made
got it?
all the
Is that all RuneScape is? Unless you're just an Iron Man, everyone assumes that somebody else got all the items that you have if you're a GIM. That's crazy.
better by a community still
Probably true, though.
sourcing information from each other. Other MMOs have made themselves so welcoming, frictionless, and short that the community doesn't need to create the world's best game wiki just to share.
He's got two Doom KC? No, theory-wise, no. Let me look this up right now. Theory-wise. Theory-wise, Doom KC. Where is it? 2? Theory-wise, you better give that Eye of Ayak back, bro. What is going on? You guys were right. He didn't earn it himself. Holy.
Welcoming as ever, made all the better by a community still sourcing information from each other. Other MMOs have made themselves so
those are just
welcoming,
deep delves?
frictionless, and short that the community doesn't need to create.
Some people do get all of their loot without any deep delves. So maybe he did earn it. It happens. It happens.
The world's best game wiki just to share the optimal routes and strategies with other players. Why should players talk if there's nothing to talk about? Why should information spread if it's also immediately solvable?
Wasn't yours wave 3? Yeah, but I have over 30 deep delves. So it's more than 2.
Perfect, but the hurdles that RuneScape placed for its players has seemingly struck the ethereal balance of being annoying in all the best ways. Not to pull back from the topic of this video too much, but if you're ever wondering why every other MMO's content creation space is news coverage and reaction videos, this is why. A game is only as impactful as its demand. That's why people love the obtuse difficulty of Dark Souls games and why Dark Souls fans cannot shut the fuck up about Dark Souls, me included, because the moment you manage to wrangle the intricacies, the depths of its systems, you can't help but talk about them, share that experience.
I never played Dark Souls.
That's all about shared experiences.
But everyone says it's good.
That's the part that always makes me laugh when other people criticize old
I played Elden Ring
for being antisocial. Sure, we don't have the same copy-paste raid every 6 months that pits 20 people against a collection of similarly adapted yet incredibly challenging mechanics. And I do love the raids in World of Warcraft, but what we do have, to me, is more important.
Calphite Queen head, I need that.
Collective, communal understanding.
Nice.
While other MMOs have struggled to retain their communal features because of how frictionless they've become and the fact that people just choose to use Discord to communicate instead, Jagex maybe unintentionally adapted the MMO to a modern space without sacrificing the identity of an MMO. The communal elements exist in areas that otherwise took communality away from MMOs. Theory crafting happens online, on Discord, between two people who eventually scatter the information out across the internet. The entire game is built on top of group experiences, group knowledge, that language I mentioned built
Yep.
over the course of 25 years that is wholly unique to this game. I can say I just got a Ruby proc while Wook's walking, and that actually makes sense to a frightening portion of RuneScape's community.
Yeah, I understood that.
That's kind of special, right? Not to be too corny or saccharine, but what I'm trying to say is, Jagex, rework next.
Why is he talking about Sarachnis?
It's really bad. I hate this fucking fight. Why do I need to spend 30 minutes fucking around getting KC only to chug brews the entire time? There are like 6 pieces of endgame content in this game. You can't just keep it like this. It needs to change. People, everyone who's still listening, tell Jagex to rework next. This fight sucks. This fight fucking sucks. Thanks for watching, and a special thanks to my channel members.
Bro, I was kind of feeling that same way about Spindle. Is Nex worse than Spindle?
For supporting my passion. If you want to become a channel member and get early access to my Fireside podcast, you can do that for only $2 a month. Otherwise, stick around by subscribing, and I'll see you next time.
It's worse? Oh, no. I'm not looking forward to Nex now. I like Nex. I heard you need like 20,000 Serapots like per kill in there. It's crazy. That's way too many. They made it easy scape in 2025. Trio and duo next is good. Oh man. All right. I think I'm like a year away from doing next or something like that. We're like a long way. I think we need to get Bando's gear. We still have to do like God Wars and Yama before we get to next. So we're a little bit away from that. Good video from Theory Wise though. It's kind of cool to point out all the things that make the evolution of RuneScape and where it started and how the players broke essentially what Jagex added to the game, and then now it became a core fundamental part of how they design the game going forward. Like how they like tile skipping and one tick prayer flicking and things like that were things that players discovered, and then now they incorporate those things as difficulty when they're designing fights. And I think all that stuff is what makes RuneScape kind of special. But that was kind of true what he said at the end too, how, you know, you could say something very specific and anyone who plays that game would know what you're saying, like Wook's walking. And if you understand, if you know kind of thing. That's what's cool about RuneScape. It's very true and authentic to itself. It has its own language. I like that about RuneScape. I like that I'm not so clueless now as well in comparison to when I started. It starts to feel good once you understand the language. Even though it just took me 20 minutes to figure out how to get to these blood velds while we were watching that video. I finally figured it out though. Yeah. It was bad. I hope none of you guys saw that. I hope nobody saw that. They were struggling. I was lost. I was trying to like go around the agility shortcuts, and like I was up on the wall at one point, and I was like, what am I doing with my life? I have no idea how to get to the laboratory blood velds. And then I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to go to the mines and put the ores in the cart. And I think that is how you get here. And then I started remembering, wait, maybe that is the way that you get here. Wait, should I be using Ember Light on these? Guys, this is how I would be playing the game if I didn't have y'all. Like, I would just be playing the game completely wrong, going inefficient ways, just being lost, just doing things blatantly wrong and inefficient is how I'd be playing the game if I didn't have chat. Like, I would just be vibing. I would just be vibing playing RuneScape, just doing it wrong. Kind of like Mad Season. And I'm not even 100% sure that that's a bad thing. In a way, playing the game wrong or inefficient might be the best way to play games nowadays because of how min-maxy our culture is. Man green-logged barrows without prayer pots and he banked in Varrock. That's tough. This is the only task I use cannonballs on here. Should I be bursting these? Or you can't burst these because they're not close enough together. Hard to burst without dancers. Dang it, I might not finish this task. I didn't bring enough prayer potions. And I definitely don't have any food. Some would say you were Spoon Voidwaker, but after a month dry, you had so much stored RNG. That's what I'm saying. It couldn't... The dryness couldn't last forever, guys. It was too many months of nothing. Now, Voidwaker was a good one to spoon. That was a pretty good one to spoon because of the killing things in the wilderness on the Iron Man thing. I don't know what we're going to do about a pick. I really don't want to go back and kill those bosses to get a dragon pick again, but I have a feeling that that's what it's going to come down to. I think I'll get head from Calthite Queen before I get a dragon pick. That's my guess. I mean, it's way more likely, so it's just basic guess, but yeah, we looked at the broken Dpick from Orpax. I'm not exactly stoked about doing a volcano, whatever thing that is. I'm not like super fired up about that. No one's pitched me any real benefits of doing that, I guess, so I don't really know what that would give me if I went and did that. VM is very good XP an hour. Volcanic mine? Like a what? Like a mining XP per hour? Yes, if you're not 3-ticking granite. It's the best in my opinion for APM and XP per hour, the volcanic mine. Let me pick up this cannon. I'm going to have to come back here. Sadly. Sadly, boys. Rune medium. We're going to have to run back. So the way that you get there is by going to the mines, right? I'm not crazy. That was the right way. Chins is tech at Spindle. You were right. Trying to tell you. You port to Darkmire and run. You bring the outfit. Yeah, I don't have the outfit. Don't need the outfit. Just pray melee. Well, what are you saying to pray melee? Like, what's the first step before you pray melee? Like, where do you go to pray melee? I'm lost. Configure. Let me go restore my stuff. Tally to Darkmire. Pray melee while you run around to the shortcut. Okay. Wait, we need to go to the bank really fast. You have the Voidwalker completed? Yes, Voidwalker's complete. We finished it. I'm supposed to use an Ember Light, right? You said? Wield. Deposit. Deposit these. Okay, so now we go to Darkmire. And we run around praying melee. And we go to the crack. Yo, Lord Sir Biscuits with a 2-monther and Dab30 with a 2-monther. Congrats on the Voidwalker. Thank you very much. It's hard for me to stop saying Voidwalker. I gotta stop saying that. It's a warlock pet and WoW. The Voidwaker. Okay, I have prayed melee this whole time, and then now there should be a crack over here, you said? Okay, so we hit the crack in the wall. And then now we're here where we need to be. Okay. That was a little bit quicker. I will admit. That was quicker than the mines. And now we're out of run speed. Rip. I forgot super pots again as well. You can restore run energy on your ring. Well, actually, you see right here, this 30, that's for Alk. So if you don't, you have to see the 3 next to it. Because you're going to do it 3 times per day. So if you don't see a 3, then that means I've already used them. Now I'm running back. Maybe I should have left the cannon there. Wait, this is the True Blood altar? Guys, where am I? Oh. Oh, you could just Go True Blood Altar and then go here. Aha! I figured it out. I know where we are now. We could just go to DLS. I've done that run millions of times. I know exactly where we are now, guys. It's weird when you go somewhere from two different ways and end up in the same spot and you're like, I've been here before, you know? And you didn't even realize that you were in that same spot that you've already been. Thousands of times. Guys, I think we can actually squeeze in a coffee bagel while doing this task. Is that going to be insane? Hold on. We put auto retail on. And then we load the can. We load the can, auto retail. Oh, yeah, easy actually. Load the can, auto retail. Load it up. Easy. Look at that. No XP loss. Perfection. $30 more to go. Coffee's done. Bagel up. Oh, yeah. Guys, a little CBT hype. CBT hype. Any CBT enjoyers? A little coffee bagel time. I'm having to put the cream cheese on while I'm sitting here because I don't want to miss a click. Could be treacherous to our XP per hour here. There we go. Now we're getting after it. Soul Rune, pick that up. Take the Soul Runes. All right, 12 more. Drop those. Chillin'. I can use this here, right? Yep. Use that there. Bam. Now we're multitasking. Fire. That's what's up, boys. We're gaming today. We are gaming. Six more. Guys, we made a coffee bagel during this task without losing XP. That was incredible. Actually, this might be one of my favorite tasks. You just sit here, auto attack, and blast. Is the construction outfit worth it? You're gonna end up with the construction outfit if you do 83 construction. You just end up with it anyways. So I would say yeah. It's not like I don't think there's anything else good to spend your points on besides that. Okay, Blood Rune. Gym Mine. Unless you're a main that isn't doing Mahogany Homes. Yeah, I don't know anything about being a main, so don't take my advice on that. Whenever someone asks me a question, I'm assuming they're an Iron Man. Because that's the only part of the game I know. Okay. Please give me a cow fight task. 58 Anku. That's not bad. That's like a 5-minute task. Ring of the Gods. Release that one. Withdraw that. And then let's actually update that and save this. Okay, we're looking good now. Move this here. Chilling. Anku's, I think you can gather 8 at a time, so we'll only need to kill like... I don't know, 8, 9 sets of them. Oh, they actually aggro on their own too. Let me see if I can grab this one. What is that technique called that I just did? Is that dancing in RuneScape? Like, is there a term for it? Stacking? OSRS salsa stacking. What are you talking about? Never heard that before. Corner stack. I was just thinking from the Theory-Wise video, he didn't really even mention that. But there's a lot of techniques that you use that maybe they don't necessarily have a name per se, but like if you were to say corner stacking, people would probably know what you meant by it, you know? You guys ever think Showback will come back and get 99 untrimmed Slayer? That would be the greatest comeback arc. What if he just decided one day he's going to come back, get untrimmed Slayer, and Inferno Cape? And he shocks the whole world. First melee only Infernal Cape. That'd be insane. He already got Bofa. I think he only needs like 1 armor seed too. Triumphant and Showback are like the same gear. Should make a group? You think I should make a group with all the players that quit? Is that a good idea? Why didn't you group when you first started? I'm so glad I didn't. Because I would have grouped with Showback. And he would have ended up quitting. It's just better to be on your own. I probably would have grouped with Savix and Guzu had already started. I probably would have grouped with Shobek and Zaryu. And none of them would be playing anymore. And that's why being a solo Iron Man is probably better if you don't know, if you're like a new player. I don't think as a new player, group Iron Man is a good idea. You should probably be an experienced player and know that you're going to be playing the game forever before you start a group Iron Man, because it's like you're committing to something, you know? You're committing to like a lifelong journey, or I don't even know if you can't just quit. But everybody quits. So I wouldn't want that. At least on a group hardcore, on a group hardcore Iron Man, you know that like once everyone dies, it's over with. Unless you guys are planning on continuing to play afterwards, but most hardcore GIMs, I'm guessing, are done once the 5 lives are gone. Has Bodhi ever done a group hardcore Iron Man? Wonder why he hasn't done it. Where is Bodhi going to find 5 other people that are on his skill level, you know? There's not very many. Bodhi would have to play with people like Soyduro or something. Dr. Midnight, thank you very much for the 6 months, bro. I appreciate that. Oda would go hard with Bodhi. You can always do like a content one. Where do you guys think that I would die on a hardcore group run? Oh, this is done, by the way. I wouldn't die to any of the quests. I don't think I would die to Dragon Slayer 2 after I've done it now. Probably CG. Honestly, probably not CG. CG is just chip damage. You just keep your health at 100 and then TP out. Can't you TP out of CG? It would have to be a one shot. I would be like a full HP Andy. As soon as my health went to half, I'd TP out. Ooh, a tornado stack can get you. Not in tier 3 though. In tier 3, you don't get tornado stacked out really. I think sailing is the best new skill to release in osrs. Yeah, would you guys all say sailing is the best new skill? Yeah, I would say that. I would definitely say that because out of the one that's released, it's definitely the best one. But at the same time, it is the worst as well. So I'm not sure. I would say it's the worst. I mean, you're right. But either way, you're right. So ooh. The Dragoon Warham. Is it Dragoon Warham, Tam? Wait, so am I wearing now I have this constant dilemma of do I go Ring of the Gods or do I go Ring of Suffering for my ranged ring? We're just always going pretty much prayer, huh? It just depends if you need the defense. No, I don't think you need the defense on shamans because you're not taking any damn. You do take damn from the explosions, but not much. Okay, so I would need the ring, and then I would also need... We want to configure for... TP standard. And then we want telegrab. Telegrab and alk. Oh, wait a second. We want high alk with telegrab. So we go Slayer. We go Slayer loadout for telegrab. Yeah. And then we don't need the ring. Because we're on standards. Gaming. Okay. The imbued DMM cape looks ass with the skull on the back of it. I think it looks good, but it's not like a deep black. It's kind of like a faded gray, which isn't too bad. Congrats on the Void Waker. Yo, thank you, Damage Control. That's your new range ring until Lightbearer that you'll use in unique situations. So we need to refresh this, huh? Let us refresh this. We're rocking the Ring of the Gods from now on, boys. Is that kind of crazy that we got Ring of the Gods and Dragon Bone Necklace on the Iron Man? Not even going for it? Bro, not even going for it at all. It's kind of insane in the membrane, dude. I need to be hitting CIR, actually. I might as well pool while I'm here, though. Actually, no, wait. CIR is slower than the farming guild. All right, let's do a prediction. Will I get DWH this task? Yes or no? Total KC? We'll find out here in a second. I gotta kill one first. Damn, Dragon Warhammer, bro. We need that. We need that for the Cox runs, dude. I'll say yes. You got that streamer luck today? Oh, yeah. Potting. All right, let's see what KC I'm on. KC is 900. It's 1 in 3,000. Is Dragon Warhammer worth the grind? Yeah, absolutely. Drop this. High elk that. Grab this. Your only alternative is to spoon an Elder Maw. The Elder Maw. Yeah, that's not happening. No way you ever spoon an Elder Maw in this game, guys. It is not possible. My bro picked one up at a drop party? Yeah, unless someone gives you one as diff. That's way diff. It is kind of true, though. If you go dry, if you're going dry on something for a really long time, just swap up the grind for a bit and see if you get spooned somewhere else. It does happen a lot. Happened to 9 Rain. Happened to me. It can happen to you too, guys. I tried swapping between Ardio and Spindle for Voidwaker pieces. Now I'm dry at both. Ooh. Justicar face guard. F. F's in the chat. Wait, actually, the helmet's the best piece of Justicar for the tank strat, right? Could be worse, I think. I'm not gonna lie. Now that I have an Eye of Ayak, I won't even need a Sanguine, right? So there's no upgrades really that I need. There isn't really anything that I need from TOB besides a Scythe now. It's just a Scythe. It's just a Scythe grind, right? Rapier is decent. Yeah, but I can do everything with the Fang. So it's just a Scythe grind, I think. Are you gonna go for a Soul Reaper axe? I don't think so. There really is a lot of stuff you can skip now. I mean, I was planning on skipping Void Waker, but I got it. So, yeah, you never know. You never know, man. Sometimes the game has other plans. Void Waker might actually help me for GM, I think, though. I'm thinking that the spec on Void Waker will be really good for maybe the timing, like timing stuff. Like speed runs. You need it for GM? What do you need it for? Nightmare speedrun. Nightmare speedrun and Fasani speedruns. So all the GM times. We are set for GM speed times now. All we need is mega rares. Do you think we can get all the GM speed times with Eye of Ayak and Ward without a shadow? If we had all the other stuff? No, you need a shadow? Shaman's kind of high APM, no lie. If you grind for Tebow, you won't mind going for Shadow at all? Is it easier than Tebow, huh? Is Twisted Bow the most rare of all the rares? Shadow's the shortest amount of hours. Damn. For me, the most rare is Scythe. 1,300 runs without one. Holy brother. Can't believe Gordon and them already have it. Undried, thank you for the prime. Gordon has a shadow. The GIM group does. The WoW GIM group has a shadow already. The Zuckhelm came out before Tombkin Shadow was even in the game? Holy. Been grinding for a T-bow for 2 years. Solo Olm is my favorite content though, so whatever. Cox is definitely growing on me. It was my least favorite at first. And it's getting better now that I know what I'm doing. We're going to learn solos eventually once I have a good set of gear. Light Bear. Once I get Light Bear. I think Light Bear is like the biggest piece of gear that I need right now. Oh yeah, Dragon Warhammer. We need Dragon Warhammer for Tecton and a Light Bear, I think. And then we can start doing cool stuff. You don't want to... I don't really have a melee weapon either, right? I don't even have a tentacle whip. What melee weapon are you guys using to solo Olm? Oh, you guys are lancing him? Okay, so that's more of a... I did duos and trios until I got a lance. I mean, we're not that far away from Hydra. Maybe a month? We might get a Dragon Warhammer right here. We just have to keep we have to keep hitting Slayer every day. By the way, I stored a Hellhound task. So we have Cerberus tasks stored. So we basically have nine blocks now. On Slayer. Fang isn't so bad, especially if your Dragon Warhammer doesn't hit, which happens more often than you think. There you go, guys. Maybe Fang isn't that bad. If you farm your lance, it won't matter if Dragon Warhammer hits or not. Is it really that good? Dude, another Eye of Ayok. That's the second one today. Bro, our guild is just spooning Doom like crazy. Lance owns, but Fang is fine. So you can actually start doing Cox with just Fang and Bofa. Because you could just pretend like your Dragon Warhammer didn't hit, and then you could find a Cox layout that doesn't have Tecton. Four tick is easier to learn. So you would want whip. That's why you want whip with Warhammer. How many tick is a lance? Four. Okay. Bro, I think right now the biggest upgrades for me are coming from a lot of the upgrades are coming from Slayer. This is one of them right here, Dragon Warhammer. Dragon Warhammer, and then the Doom stuff as well. I think it's a lot more, it's going to be a lot more Slayer Doom with the occasional Raid and Yama. I still can't believe how many items from Cox are good. There's so many good items from Cox, and really the only item that you get excited about in TOB is the Avernic and then the Scythe. But once you get Scythe, you don't even really need Avernic, right? So it's just really it's just Scythe. All right, let me TP out here. For Fang, though. For Fang, okay, you would want Avernic for Fang. And Cox's 9-year-old content? I know. It's almost like they put too many good items in Cox, and then they ran out of items to put in TOB or something. It's like they realized that they might have made a whoopsie, you know? Because imagine if half of those items that were in Cox were in TOB. Tob had decent items, but the other updates made it worse. Fang over Rapier, I over Sang. Oh, so Doom and Fang from TOA are kind of invalidated a little bit of the items from TOB. Sang used to be Biz. Dude, did I just get... I just got PJ'd. That guy's using the Fang. Chad, should I tell that guy that Bofa's meta here? And he's playing the game inefficiently and incorrectly? And just let him know right now? That guy's using the Fang. I need to boba that man right now. Let him know every single thing that he's doing wrong. How dare he play the game in his own manner? It's okay to play the game inefficiently. It's not okay to play the game inefficiently in front of me. And that's where he needs to learn. Okay? Finally, you get it. I know. Now you're an OSRS player? Oh, we've officially graduated from the academy. From the Aboba Academy. Moved one tick too fast there and took damn. Ooh, cast, high out. Eat that, drink that. Drink that, drop that. Grab that. Now we're moving. How'd that prediction end up, guys? Does anybody believe in me? Does anybody believe we're getting the Dragon Warhammer today? I can't believe that Joker has all of these items already, by the way, that I'm going for. That guy is absolutely just the luckiest guy ever, man. On top of that, he's still got like 200 more levels of skill on his account, too. But you know what he doesn't have? He doesn't have the Fern. Or the Quiv. He doesn't have a perfect bald head. So at least we got something on him, huh? He has a girlfriend? That is true. That's his sister? That's fine, guys. That's the same thing in America. Works just as good. Sweet home Alabama. Roll Tide. Malta's a small country, so they're forced. How many people are in Malta? Is it like a milli? Half a milli? It's kind of hard to imagine your entire country is smaller than like the city that I live in, you know? Almost 600K in Malta? Iron ore. We can take those if they're noted. I talked to the Olympic snowboarder from Malta. Do they have snow in Malta? It's like right in the middle of the Mediterranean. Reminds me of Greece, the way that it looks. She left Malta and learned how to snowboard. I guess. Yeah, nowadays you can kind of be from anywhere. You can go pick up a skill somewhere else. Or if you want to pursue that skill, right? But you know one thing? You can't just be good at like wakeboarding. Like you gotta have a boat. You gotta have a money. Dude, anyone who's good at wakeboarding is like rich. There's just no way you could be good at that sport. You need a lot of money for that sport. Same with skiing and golf. Skiing is not that bad because you could people that live on the mountain. They'll just get a season pass and then you go every day. But bro, you have to put gas in the boat. Like, you got to have somebody to drive the boat. Unless you live on like unless you live right near like a zip line park or something. There's some sports that like, you never know, you might be good at it, but it's just too expensive. It's a very expensive hobby. Olympians have traditionally been privileged families. You think so? There's some exceptions, like running, you can just run. Any good memes from the Olympics yet? Like that Russian dude who popped off? Or the Turkish guy who popped off from the shooting? Or is it just Winter Olympics right now? The Canadians cheating. What'd the Canadians do? If they won anything, it's got to be cheating, right? That makes sense. Norwegian guy announcing his cheating. Wait, he cheated? And he announced it? You have to look into Cockgate? Penisgate? Why are you guys saying that? Penisgate? Ayo? Oh, he cheated on his girlfriend not in the Olympics. Damn. It was his girlfriend for 3 months. Dang. So it's been a pretty dry Olympics then, huh? Except for that guy. Remember when X Games was the shit? Bro, I used to love watching the X Games. I feel like... Do you guys remember when Tony Hawk did the 900? And it was just the craziest shit that anyone had ever heard of in their life. And we were all losing our minds that he did the 900. And it was like the only thing you wanted to do in Tony Hawk Pro Skater was go do the 900. Bro, the 900... I swear there's probably 10-year-olds that can do that now. Yeah. That's like like an average kid in middle school can probably do that. It's crazy how the stuff at the beginning is just more impactful. And then eventually you evolve, and like I could not tell you the name of the guy who was the first one to do a 1080. I mean, who knows how many spins they're doing nowadays. But for some reason, the 900, that one just stuck with me, you know? Once you know it can be done, it can be replicated. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 on N64 yellow cartridge was BIS. Yeah, bro. I played Tony Hawk Pro Skater so much when I was a kid. Guys, well, who was the skater you chose every single time when you played Tony Hawk Pro Skater? I know who I played. Bam? You guys played Bam? Bob Burnquist was goated. Phil Margera was sick. Dude, there it is, Phil's. Kareem Campbell. Guys, Kareem Campbell was the shit, dude. Nah, I think Kareem was my S tier for sure. You guys realize what the hell was Bam Margera famous for? Does anybody even know? He was just a professional guy. I swear. He wasn't even that good at skating, was he? He was a pro skater before Jackass. He was actually good at skateboarding. See, because I don't remember him from skateboarding. I remember him from Jackass. And like sawing roofs in a Lamborghini and like playing pranks on his mom and dad. I remember he painted his whole house blue one time. The inside, the outside, and even the cups in the cupboard and everything. He was like almost one of like the first IRL streamers in a way, but he just did YouTube. I just don't really remember his skating career. Yeah, dude, he tortured the crap out of his dad, man. He like put fireworks in his dad's room when he was sleeping and stuff. Wasn't he one of the first people on MTV Cribs? I don't know if he was. MTV Cribs was a great show. Until I found out that half of those guys rented those cribs. And the cars. Just for the episode. That ruined it for me. And the reason that they did that a lot of times too, I think they didn't want people to know where they live too. Did you like Wild Boys? I didn't really like the Johnny Knoxville content that much. My friends all loved it. I never really liked slapstick comedy that much, where it's just mainly people hurting themselves or doing really dumb stuff. And there's also like a lot of running around in Speedos, which I didn't like either. It was like weird humor. Like I feel like they were just always naked on the show running around. Did you get the Dpick? No. We still don't have one, guys. We lost it. And now we don't have it. I am hoping that we get it back though. We're fishing for a Cal Fight Queen task right now, but we got shames, which we also need shames, so this is good. What is the strategy on shamans where you have somebody else come and tank for you? Does that person just tank the shamans while you eat, or what? It's a different area. They red X. Oh, that's too much work. One guy red X's while you just sit there and auto attack? That is not a fair trade. Okay, see, I'll pull it up over here. I really don't mind shamans. It's a little bit of movement, a little bit of high alch, a little bit of high alch weaving. It's not bad. Try solo Cox? We were talking about solo Cox earlier. Haven't tried it yet. If I get a Dragon Warhammer, I'll try it. I feel like you kind of want a Dragon Warhammer for the right hand to cripple it. And for Olm. No, for Tecton. Tecton and Olm, you want a Dragon Warhammer. TOA is the easiest raid to learn because of invocations? Yeah, I think so. But no amount of invocations can teach you to take the right supply bag. Guys, I was so tilted yesterday when I did that TOA 400 and I forgot to take... I hit double power. 30 minutes into this run. And I clicked power instead of life on accident. And the run was over. Any raids today? Nah, we have to do Slayer. If you don't do like 20 hours of Slayer a day, it just doesn't get done. We have to do Slayer so it can be done with at least 95 Slayer so we can start fishing Hydra tasks. Mixology is going to be after 92 mining. We're at 89. We got a plan for everything. And then we have to do fletching. We're at 85 fletching, so we got to get to 91 fletching, 92 mining, and then we'll grab the mixology qualities of life. We also need one more. When we do mixology, we'll obviously hit 86 herb lore, which is super easy. And then we can boost that to make super combats. Dang, we got 2 noxious blades from Araxor today. Nice. Guild is farming. You gonna get the potion storage? Yeah. I'm gonna TP out after this one. I need to grab another potion. You take the coal. And then TP out. Oh, I should have grabbed the Chaos Runes. All right. Farming Guild. Can you at least try the other method and see if you like it? The other method where you let somebody else do everything for you? I don't know if I'm doing that. What's up, Gordon? Ooh, I need 2 divine pots. There we go. The eye is so hype. I know. We should have some disgusting damage now in TOA. Chat, is there any way we lose in damage on TOA from now on? There should be no way. Palomar has confliction. He doesn't have a fang. I mean, his mage is slightly stronger, but... We all have so many voids now? Wait, like void armor? Oh, Void Waker. Yeah, isn't that crazy how many people have Void Waker? It's not even like a... It's not even like a common item to farm. I swear. What am I doing? I'm praying opposite. Void Waker was the real DMM reward. I'm 800 wildy bosses. Void Waker done with no dragon pick. You and me both, Gordon. It's crazy though, because I did see one at least. Did you even see one? Damn. That is crazy rare to not see a dragon pick and get all the Void Waker. Damn. Go. Go. I don't know how I'm going to get another one because now I have 0 motivation to go back there. I really hope Calfight Queen drops one. Callisto Mass. I have 0 motivation for a Callisto Mass as well. I already have the Ring of the Gods from Calv as well. I don't have a ton of motivation to do him anymore either. At least you're not stuck in the red prison. Oh, that'd be terrible. Bro, Triumphant is still not done with that place. Neither is Gordon, I don't think. Telegrab that. What was the task at start? I don't understand that question. Gilly. How many did you get for the task? It was like 200. We're halfway done now. I forget. Can you extend lizard men? I don't know. Can I extend black dragons? $200 is a pretty big task. I think my krakens, lizard, and lizard men are extended. But I got a 13 on a black dragon task today, which makes me think maybe my black dragon tasks are not extended. But I was pretty sure I did extend those as well. I need to check on that. What's the block list looking like? I mean, I can show you next time I go. We also got storage, so I just stored a Hellhound task for when I hit 91 Slayer. We're gonna do Cerberus. We're at 90 right now. Yo! My pee smells fine. Thank you very much for the 4-monther. Tutorial skipping? Nah, I'm on a almost 200 task streak right now. No Turi skipping. We're just flat out gaming. We need that Dragon Warhammer, though. We are about halfway through the task right now. How's the prediction looking? 14% believers. I don't know if that's enough to believe this thing into existence, guys. We need this Warham. We need this Warham crazy style. Hmm. 993 dry. I know. Can you believe you have to kill 3,000 of these things to go on rate? Is that a disgusting number of kills? That doesn't make any sense. Sar, did you know the rate used to be 5,000? Yes, I did. And you know what I would have said to that? I would have said, guys, can you guys believe you have to kill 5,000 of these things to go on rate? Isn't that disgusting? Used to be 3,000. Idiots. You think anyone's ever gone over 9,000? Jossart, no way you've gone over 9,000. Alfie went 1 KC? Damn, I can't believe Alfie went 1KC dry. Showbag dry. Damn. Ooh, a dragon fruit tree seed. Okay. What are the colors of rarity? You have like a blue, a green. Then you have an orange. Then you have a pink. And then you have red. No. You have blue, purple. You have blue, purple, orange. And then pink is the highest. But some people put red if it's over 1 billion or something. White, green. Oh, green is below blue. White, green, blue, orange, pink. For ground items. Okay. Woo! Racking them. That movement, though. Guys, that kind of movement right there can't be replicated. It's just too precise. Grim has better movement? Nah. Can't believe you telegrabbed it. You like that? You like when I telegrab it? I'm nice with it. A lot of people are out here cheesing their shams. Not me. We stay real over here. We keep it 100 on this stream. We do everything ourselves. No help ever. No handouts. No guides. Nothing. Just raw, real RuneScape. I'd much rather see you safe spot these and watch GG though. Guys, I'm already 2 episodes behind on GG. Chat said they didn't want to watch it. So if Chad doesn't want to watch it, that means I don't get to. Sad. I'm already 2 episodes behind now. I have no idea who's even on the show anymore. I'm out of touch with reality. I think the only chance I could watch it would be like maybe on a Sunday right after it comes out. Maybe most people haven't seen it by then. Showbeck won. You didn't miss much. Can you imagine? I miss Showbeck, man. We didn't deserve him. We didn't deserve Showbeck, chat. That's why he left us. He left streaming? No? No, he still streams World of Warcraft. All the other games that he was playing ended up getting canceled. I think I saw him and Airly. They were playing some twos, playing some arenas. You know what I was thinking today? People love the number go up gameplay, right? And in WoW, think about when WoW starts being kind of boring. It's when you get to raid log status and you can't make your number go up anymore. That's when WoW gets kind of boring. Like, you don't have anything to do. There's no more numbers to go up until next week. So you log back in the next week. Right? But RuneScape has extremely rare drop rates, and you have to kill a lot of stuff. But when you get drops, you get better gear, and then you hit harder. And in WoW, the best part of WoW is going for the gear, but you can only go for the gear one time per week. So I was thinking, how do you extend the life of classic WoW so that you don't ever hit that raid log status, or it takes you years to hit raid log status? And I don't know if that can exist in WoW, you know? How can you extend the life of WoW so you never hit raid log status? You always have something to do. I hope that's the route that they go with Classic Plus, where you just have more stuff to do. Farming gold was my number go up. That is a number you can push. You know what other number you can push? PvP rating. You can push that number higher. Maybe that's why they say PvP is the true endgame of WoW. You can't beat it. Achievement points was my number go up. I like collection logs. And I like completionism. I think if Classic Plus adds achievements and collection logs, it would be really sick. It would give another element of something to do besides just raid log. Because RuneScape has some good systems. I think WoW should copy what they can. Transmog is basically clogging? Yeah, it is. But I'm not a huge fan of everybody running around looking like nothing like what their gear is actually equipped. So if transmog was just collection logs, it might actually be better. Or if you could toggle it on and off. Like if I could toggle people's transmog off to see what they're actually wearing. Toggle would be sick too. Bro, we are smoking these things. I need to bring more... I think I need to bring more prayer. This will be the last one, then we'll pour it out. Please die. Man, you miss a lot when you're unpotted, huh? Okay. Chili potatoes. We can TP now. I think WoW needs to add zones with solo bossing that drop unique gear specifically for soloing. Yeah, soloing is tough in WoW because you can't make a boss. I mean, unless it's just easy. Unless you could make a boss that's more about where you're standing than what you're pressing. Even then, some classes have better mobility. Like, it's just a nightmare to think about designing a boss around 25 different specs. Solo content just doesn't work very well. You can do what osrs does. You give the boss less defense and less HP than a mass boss. Yeah, but WoW works off this Trinity system where you have a tank, a healer, and a DPS. They might be able to do it if you can't play tank or healer. You make everyone do DPS, but then you have some people that are hybrids that can heal. I'm not really sure, man. It seems just really, really hard to do. And which, I mean, if it was easy to do, they probably would have done it already. Make a solo boss specific to a certain class? Yeah, then you have to design 25 different ones. And then try to balance that. You need they would just, however many, they would just need more people. They would need so much more people because every time they put out new content, I mean, the whole game is made around group content. It would be really tough to add solo content. What's in these jars? Oh, moths. Moonlight moth. Are you enjoying OSRS or WoW more right now? OSRS. I'm not really a huge fan of leveling in classic WoW anymore. I think I've done it too much. And so even though it's like new quests in a new zone, but not really because I've done TBC 3 times now. The questing in WoW, it does just kind of get old to me. It's like the same 3 quests. Pick these 3 things up off the ground, kill these, or go kill this boss. TBC questing is a lot better than classic. The whole concept of WoW is just bad. Yeah, but here's the thing. WoW has a lot more players than RuneScape. So if you're asking yourself if that statement is true, I think that the player base is a representation of how good a game is. So good is subjective, but if you're making a general statement, WoW is a better game than RuneScape. Because there's a lot more people that play it. But I prefer RuneScape. So Roblox is the best game of all time by your logic? Yes. That's not necessarily my logic, but whatever the most played game is, the most amount of people that play that game. I mean, that's what makes it a good game technically. You guys know what Roblox kind of is? Isn't it just a bunch of mini games? Ooh, a long bone. So Roblox has a bunch of mini games inside of like this. It's like modded simulators, right? You have like a bunch of different mods like tower defense and stuff like that in there. That's kind of like how Dota was created. If you think about it. It's like player modded versions of Warcraft 3. And then from Dota, we got League of Legends. Bro, this is how we used to play Counter-Strike when I was a kid. You could buy your own server for like $5 a month. And then you could invite people to play on your server, and then you could change whatever you wanted about the game, like in the console commands. So you could play like Scouts Knives with low gravity. Or then people started making these things called surf maps. And surf maps were awesome. You weren't even playing Counter-Strike anymore. You were just learning how to bunny hop and then use like the gravity in the game to propel your character. It was like racing almost. That was so much fun. The modded versions of the games and stuff that you could play. Surf Ski 2 went hard. Yes, Surf Ski. Those maps. I remember those. Imagine if they opened up RuneScape Wait, was this a concept where they were going to open up RuneScape and allow people to code their own like mods of RuneScape? Modded versions of the game? Wasn't that some project that got shut down? Project Zenaris. Damn. Private RuneScape worlds where you could do whatever you want there. So you know what company recently did this and it was extremely successful? Fortnite creator mode. And then inside of the creator mode, you were able to build any type of custom game map, anything. You could even build jump maps. You could have jump challenges. You could invite people to your server. You could play deathmatch. You could have build battles, build wars, everything. It was so cool. And then they also had content creator codes for people. So like the content creators could make money. Dang. It's too bad Project Zenaris didn't happen. Because we could have done some cool stuff with that. Custom modded RuneScape modes. Or we could have everybody in chat come and do like some type of competitions inside of the creator modes. What kind of games could we make? If you could make your own, like, modded RuneScape mode game. I'm trying to think of what I would make. What could be kind of sick? I'd probably do leagues. I'm talking about like in Counter-Strike where you're doing like a surf map where you're not doing anything to do with Counter-Strike, but you're using the models and the in-game textures to create something. The issue with RuneScape, it has no Z axis. So you can only play, you're really playing the game from a top-down angle. Yeah, so an example would be like, you could make an infinite Akka memory game, and you could see who could make it the farthest. On the infinite Akka memory game, where it ended up going like 20 different colors. It would have to be more games like that. Or you could make like some type of Among Us or something kind of game. You can't really do jump maps. And WoW, I would love if they had a WoW creator like that. I would love to make jump maps. A lot of people are doing that inside of their house actually. In retail, they're making like jump challenges inside of their house. Have two teams Have two teams chop trees, make planks, build a fort base, and destroy the other team's base. Kill monsters for loot money, steal from each other. You can fish and cook and heals and all kind of stuff. You have to build a fortress. I like that idea. It's like Castle Wars, but you have to build it first. So you need to strategize who's going to be gathering and who's going to be fighting. OSRS survival game. Ooh. So Dragon Wilds? Have you played Dragon Wilds? Yeah, I bought it on release. It was awesome. I haven't played it since they've added new stuff to it, though. It's really good. I know. It would be sick to get a couple of people together to play it. I wish I could play Modern Warfare 2 like the old days. Wait, why can't you? I heard Call of Duty's kind of in a rough spot right now. I don't see a lot of people playing that anymore. This is the first year ever that I haven't bought it. I'm gonna be honest, guys. They released like so many versions of Call of Duty. I'm just like, how many times am I gonna buy Call of Duty? Bro, I've never played Minecraft. I saw Simply was playing it. Hardcore Minecraft seems kind of a vibe. I don't know. Minecraft is the biggest game in the world. I think it's the same thing that RuneScape, that like I thought about RuneScape, that I think about Minecraft, is the way that it looks is not exactly enticing me to go and play it. But if I played it, I would no longer care about the way that it looks. Oh, my friend Poke told me about a new MMO that's coming out. It looks a lot like RuneScape, actually. It looks like a combination of Minecraft and RuneScape. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's a top-down version of like Apogee, Apogia, whatever it's called. Have you guys seen that? It literally looks like a combination of RuneScape and Minecraft. And it's a MMO that's coming out that I did not even know about. Poke said it was pretty good. I think he tried it. It's not high. I mean, Hightail is not a top-down MMO. It's more like Minecraft. We'll have to take a look at it after this. I have not seen anything on it, so I'm kind of curious about it. But from the art style, I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. It's you know, it's medieval type of theme, you know, fantasy, kind of like RuneScape, and it's top down, but it's a bit more Minecraft when it comes to like 8-bit art style kind of thing. Very blocky. Have you played Tibia? I think it was more popular in SA in Europe. I never played that one. I just saw a trailer. I don't know where you see Minecraft in this. Well, I've never played Minecraft. But from the top down, it looks like the walls, how they're pixelated. It looks to me like how Minecraft looks visually. Like the pixels. Which is basically just saying low detail, I guess. You have to try Minecraft at least once in your life. I think at some point I have to try Minecraft and Elden Ring. Because I never played. I haven't played Elden Ring? No. Never. Totally grab that. I like watching Minecraft speedruns. See, to me, it's the exact same way that I felt about RuneScape with Minecraft. Like, I can't watch it because I've never played it. And the moment that I play it and I understand what I'm looking at, now I can watch it. But until then, I have zero interest in it. It's like I don't know, it's like someone who's watching a sport that they don't know who's winning or whatever. They don't know like anything about the sport. It's like watching cricket or something. If you have no idea what's going on, you're less interested. But if you've actually played cricket before and you've played, like you're very interested in that and your whole country or state or whatever is interested in it, then you're more likely to watch it. So you just gotta, if you're immersed in that world, and you know what's going on, and you've played before, now you know what you're looking at. Calling the Dragon Warhammer right here? Dude, I need it. We're 29 kills away. Hopefully it just drops right here, right now. We could just be completely done with the Dragon Warhammer grind. That would be fantastic. There's no way we can finish this on this trip, right? Probably not. 25 more. We're pushing it close. Nah, we'd be doing it unpotted. We'd probably do one more trip, I think. We're going to be out of moths. I'm going to have to do a little moth trip and re-up. Re-up on the moths. Let's do something fun after this. We've been doing enough Slayer today. After I get this Dragon Warhammer right here, maybe we go get a light bearer or something. No, we got TOA tomorrow. We got TOA at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Should do something else. We're not doing solo Cox until I get a Dragon Warhammer. If I get a Dragon Warhammer, actually, we will do solo Cox. That's a deal right there. That is absolutely a deal. I think Doom for cloth is a pretty big thing right now. Chat, what do you do after you get the boots that Triumphant got? Avernix. Do you immediately merge your dragon boots into them? Can you just add them in? One at a time? Okay. You need 12k demon tiers per boots. $12k demon tiers. $4k per boot. Wait. I'm confused. Can I add my dragon boots in there without the prims? Or do I need the prims in order to do that? You can't. I got it. So there's no point in doing mage training arena until you have the eternal crystal. Because they'll just be sitting in your bag. Unless you get a Kodai, that's you need MTA for that as well. That's something different though. MTA takes less than 2 hours for Eternal. Bro, MTA sucks. I do not want to go back in there. Yo, Rill is here. Thank you very much for the prime. And the cloth you can get from a delve +2. I actually hope I get the cloth now that I have the eye. I mean, the boots would be sick too, but either one at this point. Let's just send it and see if we can finish. $15 more. No way we do 15 unpotted with the no prayer pot. It's gonna be very close. Guys, 1,800. No, 1,080 kills. 1,080 so far. 1,080 lizard shamans. We are 1/3 of the way there. How in the world does Jagex decide how many kills something is going to be? Do you have enough points for Voidwaker DMM scroll? You know what's crazy? I decided I was going to farm the Voidwaker recolor before I decided I was going to farm the Voidwaker. Maybe that was me willing it into existence right there. So we are getting the recolor. We farmed enough for 2 weapon recolors, the house, and the cape. We got 45k points. You can already get that recolor? Oh yeah, how do I spend points? Any knowers? Lumbridge Graveyard? Let's go do that after this. No recolor for your Bofa? We got all the recolors. The shop was shut an hour ago? What? They closed it to put in the new stuff? Wait, literally 50 minutes ago when the day reset? It's closed now? It's up now? Alright, we're gonna have to go see for ourselves then. Guys, how many lizard shaman did Joker have to kill? I swear, that guy got Giga Spooned on the Voidwaker and the Warhammer. 700? There's no way, you guys. How did he skill for 6 months straight at an astronomical rate of 14 hours per day and get spooned on everything that he went for. Besides, like, a warp scepter. Shop's closed, I just checked. Unbelievable. Jagex blesses the skillers. Unbelievable. I do not think we're going to be able to finish this task, boys. We're going to have to dip here in a second. Unless we can land some big hits. Unless we get some potato drops. Ooh, there's some on the ground. Damn, did we finish this here? 4 more? No food here, though. No food, no prayer. Looking grim. Ouch. We might finish this. We might finish this, guys. Last one right here. That's a big hit. Big hit. Nice. We're hitting big. Me or him? I think we do this. Nice. We finish this right here. Dead? Did it. All for nothing, though. All for nothing. Unbelievable, guys. 86% on NAR. And we risked everything for that. But continuously getting nothing in return. Unbelievable. That was almost 1,100 shamans right there. Maybe next task. Okay. Okay, we didn't get the DWH. So, maybe it's a doom angle. Try to get the cloth. Since we did not get the DWH, we can't do solo Cox. I think it's a doom angle is probably the biggest thing we need on the account right now. Well, let's grab a task. You get task storage? I did. I already got a Cerberus task too, a Hellhound task, and I stored it. We're waiting for 91 Slayer. Hey, we did decent on Slayer XP today, guys. Got like 150,000 XP. Maybe 200k XP today. Gargs. Nice. All right, we'll do Gargs tomorrow. We'll do the gargoyle task before TOA. That'd be perfect. You can boost. Yeah, I have like 50 Cerberus kills, and we did that with boosting. But after I did that, I was like, I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm gonna go get the level. So now we're just gonna go back at 91, which is why we wanted to get storage tasks, so I could store the task. And now we've stored the task, so we're ready to do it at 91. So we're just going to do Slayer till we hit 91. All right, boys, let's put a prediction up. Will I get a unique from Doom in 5 sets of attempts? Yes or nar? That is going to be a 10-minuter. Prediction is now up. A little Doom for the boys. And let's take out this one. Also, guys, am I doing Ring of Suffering anymore? Is it a defense angle for Doom? Or is it a Ring of the Gods? It's 0 damage if you pray correctly. Ring of the Gods to save prayer potions. Arceus. You need the Lightbearer. Well, I don't have Lightbearer yet, so maybe we go Ring of the Gods. Instead of Suffering for now. The B ring is better for Halley specs. Maybe. I assume you have it imbued? Yeah, I do. Doom. Oh, yeah. I have to update my... gear setup here. Morgana, thank you for the raid. Morgana, what level did you end up at today? How you doing? Morgana told us to say hello. Yo, what's up, guys? We're about to do some Doom. Hopefully we get something some loot here in a minute. 6-7. Oh, that number is banned in my chat. 67. Congrats on hitting that level. I'm sorry. It's okay. Yeah, it's just we're trying to make 69 great again, so definitely let me know when you get to 69, okay? So we're really trying to put some emphasis on that particular number and keep it OG. Pretty sure Halley damage is based on strength bonus purely at Doom, so B-Rang is good. Halley damage is based on strength bonus. At the same time, though, if I could save prayer potions, maybe Ring of the Gods is better. That's what I'm thinking right now. Let's try this. I used like 1,500 cannonballs today as well. So we definitely need cannonballs. And apparently I need a lot more tiers. Because we're going to need 12k tiers. We need 36,000 tiers to upgrade all of our boots whenever we get the Avernic treads right now. Wait, 12k total? Wait, that's like nothing. I thought it was way more. Wait. What server am I on? 33 ping? Okay, we're good. Turn this up a bit. Boom! That was a big hit right there. Hey, do you guys play with area sounds on for Doom? Aim for 36k if you get the cloth and the gloves anyway. We're gonna have a ton of those tiers anyway. I'll turn the area sounds on. Holy crap, this was a lot of freaking Chally specs this time. I don't know if I've ever seen that many Chally specs. Tiers are super AFK from trees. Oh yeah, I heard it was like 10k an hour or something, and you could just AFK trees all day. Look at how many specs I'm getting. What in the world? Why are there so many specs? Yo, thank you for that sub, PK Fire. SOTE win soon. Hit that. Nice. This up here so people can see how many clears we have. I'm using a lot less prayer with the Ring of the Gods, guys. This is great. I think I like this tech. Yo, Spoof, thank you very much for the 2-month as well. All right, prediction is almost done. If you want to Gamba, you have like 1 minute to Gamba here. We're going to do 5 sets of Doom and see if we get any uniques. Oh, I got meleeed there. Boost. Go here. Somebody just got something in the guild. Nice. You get the sploosh. What'd they get? Elite tier of rewards from combat achievements. Nice. Elite combat. Elite CAs. Oftian, how's it going? I wish I had eye charges. Don't care about going back after green log. That is one thing that's nice about going semi-dry or whatever. At least going like on rate is you usually get enough charges like in CG. You don't want to spoon like way too early on Chargescape because then it kind of puts you behind. And you have to go back and you have to go do more kills anyway. The mover? Moving over. Nice. Investigate, descent. Should I reapply my dark vanilla resource pack? Because it's giving me this weird two-tone coloring. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I missed one? Ooh, the 50 right there. Investigate. Level 6. Chilling. Wow, I have a lot of prayer left over, guys. This is great. Let's go around this way. Tragic. No glow? It's a no glow, boys. Investigate. We got 3 teleports here, though. That's solid. All right, we'll go dragon arrows for this one. Wow, look at my prayer. I only used 1.5 prayer on wave 8. Jeez, boys. Okay, let's lock it in. Wave 8er. I feel like I'm going to run through this and take damage. Maybe I'll go through the middle and lose a tick here. The tick lost my eyes. Ooh, auto attack almost killed me. Auto retail is a crazy comm right there. And look at that rock. Those rocks were terrible. Am I dead? Ooh, forgot to swap back. That was my bad. All right, that's one attempt for the day. We're going to do 5 and see if we get anything for the prediction. Man, the supplies are looking healthy. Although I am going to... Jeez, that's a lot of prayer. I almost... If I keep going... If I keep going, I mean, we're definitely going to be getting 9s. But I might run out of range pot. I think the most I could get with 2 range pots would be like a 10. Unless you're just doing them unpotted. Yes, I'm going to play leagues. I need to figure out where the perfect inventory is going to be here. They haven't announced the date for leagues yet, right? All we know is that it's in April. We don't have the exact date, though. I'm pretty sure we don't. Wait, let me update this. There we go. Am I bringing another range pod? Maybe. If we get there consistently, if we get to 10 consistently, we'll start bringing another range pot. How about that? You going for 10? Yes, sir. A Triumphant can finally watch Doom content now. He's no longer locked up. They let him out, boys. He's no longer in the prison. He finally did a 7. Oh, Triumphant, if you want these tiles, you can have these tiles if you want. I don't know what tiles you're learning. I went to sleep last night after you cleared the 7. The tiles that I'm using are the meta ones. I was using gnomes at first as well. But everyone was like telling me that these ones are the ones that Ydega uses. I think they both work, but it's totally up to you. I can show you when I get to wave 6. I mean, it's the same thing. You're just doing the rock block technique. But oh shoot, what am I? I'm just gonna take this damage. Not paying attention. Let me turn that up a little bit. Bro, one of the things, Triumphant, that you were doing that I was like, man, I want to boba him, but just standing 2 tiles away from the boss is like, I don't know what you were doing, but you would be like back here, and then you would like run up and inspect the boss, and then you'd be within 1 tile of him, and then you get meleeed sometimes. I like to just stay 2 tiles away from the boss always, so I could just chally him from here. And there's no tick loss on the moves. Bro, I just forgot what color that was. Damn, no glower on wave 2? What the heck? I guess it's not a triumphant stream. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You're luckier than I am? Okay. This week, maybe, actually. That is tragic that I just clicked that shark. That is tragic. Going left. Double 50. That's pumping right there. Ooh. All right, we need a sploosh after that. That was a bad combo. Oh, the bad click too. Ooh, I went opposite on those prayers. I gotta start looking at the color of the ball and saying hello. Green. Can tell when I'm not locked in because I forget the color of the balls too much. All right, we get the sploosh here. We take those. We take those. See, sometimes I would have tried to kill that grub and like it's just too much going on. You don't want to hit a grub and fail your overhead flicks. It's not a good trade. Just let the grub go in. That's what I've pretty much decided. The grub is not worth. Trying to get every grub will get you killed. Matter of fact, when I do Perfect Doom, I'm probably killing grubs like right away because as soon as you see them, you probably want them dead just so that they don't give you like a bad lineup. Like that wasn't a bad lineup. That wasn't too bad. But if you get a bad timing on the grubs, it just ends up inting you. So any free ticks, you just want them. You pretty much just want to kill them. Sorry, how do you feel about wave 8? I like wave 8. I'm getting better at it. I still fail it a lot though. No. That actually pulled me back into him. Into that sploosh on the ground there. Should be dead. Okay, these are the tiles right here, Trumpet. No, I'm killing them. So basically on wave 6 and 7, you put the rock on B, and then on wave 8, you do a double rock placement where you stand here and you run to B1. It's a bit more complicated. So right here, that's a rock block, so I don't need to run. Then he's going to be here, which I could use this one that I use. This is a bit of a long run, but we can go here. I'm always standing like 2 Chally range from him so that I don't have to like move if he does a special. Surprised you're not raiding Kara? I don't care about raiding Kara, but I do care about playing with my friends. Zara asked me to go to Kara tomorrow. Part of me wants to go, but I'm not geared for it. I told him I'll go on Tuesdays, on WoW Tuesdays, if he raids on Tuesday next week. Descend at 3 minutes. Okay, we can go right since we're going to the middle marker. There's a transition. So we have our one rock there. It's going to be our blocker. Hmm. 1 minute on the pot here. Let's swap arrows and send it quick. We're going this way, praying here, moving there. Attack and move. Attack and move. That's so unfortunate that just happened. That is so bad. That sucks ass. I think I double clicked that. I think I double clicked that mage spray. Potting. Moving here. I think we're okay here. That was ass. And unfortunately, we have to claim because I ran out of anti venoms. I don't want to, but I stepped on too much bad stuff. I had a not a very clean playthrough. Not very clean. Yo, Tasty, what's good? Making the balds proud. Nice moves, bro. That opening sequence when on 8, if you're trying to min-max your ticks while you're moving to the spot that I'm trying to get to with those tiles, then I'm late to get to the tiles, and then I'm late to move, then I don't set up the rock block, and then from there, everything just starts to fall apart, and then your DPS actually goes down by trying to min-max your ticks. And it's like this snowballing thing that is, I'm wondering, is it even worth that attack? Maybe I just get to the square quicker. There's boulder tech. I personally just lose DPS like a man. Yeah. Maybe the tick loss isn't as important as setting up the boulders. That's what I'm kind of thinking out loud right now. At least on 8. You do less damage when you're healing, or even worse when you're dead. Well said. That's what I'm thinking, guys. Maybe we just run to the spot. 1 auto attack at most. Because that has gotten me killed a couple times now. Well, I didn't die there, but man, when we got to shield phase, he was like 40% health. I did no damage in P1 because I was just falling behind. I like the Ring of the Gods tech. It saves more prayer than I thought it would. I'm noticing a massive difference in how much prayer that I have at the end of these runs. Is it still imbued? Yeah, the Ring of the Gods is imbued. Prayer save is slept on? Oh, it definitely is. Don't worry, guys. We're still on track for perfect doom here. Actually, no, we're not. We took damage from something. Wait, no, we didn't take damage. That's from our range pot. Maybe we are on track here. What if we get perfect, guys? What if we get perfect doom just randomly on one of these attempts? Nah, probably not without ZCB, right? I'm almost always letting a grub hit instead of missing like an overhead flick or something. Nice. The sploosh there? Nope. Would have been too good to be true. Whew. There goes my perfect doom. Dude, attack! Do we just ticky those? Alright, there goes my perfect doom. We just ticky those, I guess. Not really a ticky, but we just eat through it. Ooh, ow, 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 ow. Ooh, I could have used a sploosher right there. Yo, Nifty! Thank you very much for the prime. That was... I swear I clicked the boss when I had my eye out and it didn't register. Then I swapped to the bow and clicked him again and it still didn't shoot. But it was too late at that point anyway. I don't know what's going on. Descend. Wave 6, right? Yeah. Wave 6, and I'm casually running to the wave 8 tile. Checks out. Oops, swap it back. Don't mind me just baiting the wrong way here. Go this way. Oh, that's going to kill my tiles, actually. Okay. Can we make that? Nope, we can't. And then we go here. Oh, I didn't attack the boss. All right. I'm going to have to start paying attention. I swear. I don't know what's going on. Ugh. I didn't even move to the bait tiles to bait the boss to the rock block there. Been checking out the osrs content from the start. Started my own iron because of you. Nifty. Let's go, brother. Welcome to the Iron Man life. It is awesome, bro. I think you're going to like it, my friend. If you stick with it, for sure. It's like one of those long-term payoff kind of things, but it's really awesome. Welcome, brother. If you finish the CG grind, maybe we get you a spot in the guild too. Just open your log for Doom. It's not great. It's not that bad. I did get something. I was only 220% dry for drop, and we did get the Eye of Iax. So we got that. Was that yesterday when we got that? Yeah, I think we got that yesterday. And that was big. All right, that was 2 sets of Doom. 2 sets of Doom. How many kills you finished Voidwalker in? 460. Which is pretty good for a 2700 or like a 3k drop rate item. That's pretty dang good. The supplies are very good for Voidwaker, so it's kind of a blessing and a curse on an Iron Man to get spooned on the Voidwaker. Because then you don't get to get a ton of like Raynars for your account that would basically boost your bank for a very long time for prayer pots. And my bank is already kind of down bad on prayer pots. But the reason why I wanted to just get spooned was primarily because I'm a streamer and I just did not want to get stream sniped anymore by people. And some of the stream sniping was pretty obvious. The one where I lost the Dpick, that was not a stream snipe. That was like heavenly RNG for that guy that did that. But there were some days where I'm like, okay, let's stop doing wilderness bosses for a bit because it just got a bit annoying. So I'm happy that it's over, to be honest. I do not want to be in the wilderness if I don't have to be anymore. Ooh, I'm going to be happy when I get them amethyst arrows, man. The mining grind and the crafting grind done is just such a massive thing for an Iron Man. We get all of those skilling power-ups out of the way, boys. That's going to feel good. Nice. Tell that to the guys that did that grind on a hardcore while on stream. What streamer has a Void Waker on a hardcore? Dino? It's pretty badass. Soy Duro has one too? That's awesome. Surely they did that off stream, right? On stream is pretty badass. Mud streamed the whole grind on a very established hardcore GIM. Was he using a scout like me? If you use a scout, you actually can't be killed. Unless it's on the way to the dungeon. If you just TP out, if you use the scout. If he didn't use a scout, that's crazy of him. If he's doing that. Because you are 100% dead if anybody enters. He definitely had to tank test some people, if I remember correctly. That's nuts if he actually got attacked on his hardcore. That is way too much time to lose it to a stream sniper. I would never do that. Although, with a scout, I'm fairly confident that I would never get ganked. As long as you're willing to not pick up whatever loot drops, you can't get ganked. To be fair, I only got ganked because I went to go pick up the pickaxe. If I had just seed potted as soon as I saw the light, I wouldn't have got ganked. But I would have lost the pick. Either way, I lose the pick, so. Ooh, I'm getting hit there. Yay. We get the sploosh back to full there. I had to do 4K for my RDO hilt and a PKer hopped in as I got it. Did he kill you? That'd be terrible. I TP'd out and then came back to pick it up. That's smart because he won't be able to see the item on the ground for like a full minute. He'd probably be gone by then. Finished Void Waker already? Yes, sir. Void Waker completed. Another shield phase Sag. Had to use anti-venom on Forge. GM Mr. Sar, May or what's good, bro? Got an unlucky rock right there. Hit us on the way in. All right, wave 7. I got my Rancor on my arm. My damage about to be insane. Love to hear that, bro. That's a long-ass grind, the Slayer grind, dude. I'm glad you got that Rancor. I'm right behind you, hopefully. Maybe by end of next month, we maybe have a Rancor. Missed that first prey. That's tough. Could get this month if you lock in. I do not have the mental stamina to do what it takes to oh my god, to do Slayer all day long. I'm not built diff, boys. I got 4 to 5 hours of Slayer in me per day. That's my final offer. People that are doing more than that are built diff. Dude, there is nowhere to go. Holy shit, I forgot to pray. I was looking for a rock, boys, and there was no rock. You hate to see it. All right, that is 3 attempts. Was that 3 or 4? I don't remember. You can't forget to pray when you're in Doom, boys. If you forget to pray, you are dead. I don't remember if that was my 3rd or 4th trip. I think it was my 3rd. Not sure. We do have to start playing better here, though. Half your chat can't do this boss past 8. You've ascended past him. I mean, to be fair, I've only done 8 one time today. So I am also getting my ass kicked. I don't know. I asked my chat how many people had Inferno capes, and it was like 70% that said yes. Is it possible that we have all the Inferno capers watching the stream? Right here, gathered in one place collectively? Yeah, definitely. Or do you think maybe some of them were lying? There is that possibility, but I don't like to think like that, you know? I don't really like to think and put those kind of vibes out there, you know? People lying on Twitch? No way. That's what I'm saying. Nobody would do that. Nice. The sploosher again. We're getting double splooshed on. I'm almost 100 KC Inferno, then I'm going to stop. You've done Inferno 100 times? Like, killed Zuck? Damn. Is that for, like, Slayer XP or for the pet or something? I got the pet. I just want the KC. That is questionable behavior. That is questionable, my friend. Some might even say diabetical behavior. Is he Tylenol dosed out for that kind of behavior, bro? My boy is popping him. He dies there. Another sploosh. The triple sploosher. Guys, how sick is it going to be when we're in here with like the T-bow and the ZCB and this thing is dying just twice as fast? Actually, by the time we get that, we probably won't be in here anymore, huh? Clan member just pulled a third age body? No way. Are we pulling third age on the iron, bro? There's no way. Everyone telling him to de-iron. Wait, it's way more impressive on the iron, dude. Nice. Investigate. Ooh, cannonballs. That's a huge flex on the HCGIM. It is, man. You gotta keep that account forever. Ooh, it turned off my prayer. No. Woo! Oh, nice. Glowing? Nope. Surprised you're not running TBC? Nah, we might play WoW on Tuesday, but that's about it. We're a RuneScape streamer now, boys. If I got some third age on an iron, I'd drop it to a main. How much does that sell for? Third age chest. $10 billion? Guys, we are dropping that immediately and picking up all 3 mega rares on my main and buying a bunch of awakened orbs so we can practice for the iron. Third age pick is the only 10 bill. Guys, why are we even talking about 200 million? Who cares? Can't even get a freaking Tebow with that. You got some awakened orbs for me? Ooh, that'd be sick, bro. I gotta level up my main at some point so I can get ready to practice awakened orbs on him. That just fucked me. That Eye of Ayak range. I am so dead. I forgot it has shorter range. Go, 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 go. I'm gonna get hit by this. Double eat that. Go here. Double eat that. Double eat again. I didn't pray because I'm panicking. Oh, I didn't have the double eat there. That actually lasted. I'm gonna get meleeed. Double eat again. God dang it, bro. The Eye of Ayak screwed me. Holy shit. Okay, I'm just gonna take all this damage because I'm just bad. Auto. Dead. Dude, I could not. I just couldn't recover, guys. I just couldn't recover mentally after that, apparently. Rip. Oh, is that what's going on? I doesn't attack the boss? That just killed me twice and I had no idea. I is not Demon Bane. Oh my god. Guys, I had no idea that you could not attack the boss with the Eye of Ayak on the charge phase. By the way, my Eye of Ayak has been on long range from the moment that I equipped it. So it's already on long range. It just has very short range comparisons to the trident or whatever I was using before, the Slayer staff. It's 8 tiles. It is rough. All right, let's go re-up real quick. I think that was my 4th set, so this would be the 5th set right here. The 5th attempt, 5th set of dooms. Man, I have a lot of prayer, though. Maybe we bring... We could bring a yellow... I don't know. We're really not getting to the end very consistently, so there's no reason to change anything yet. Can theory craft something if we start getting to the end of the line. One more delve for 1K? Oh, snap. Oh, I just TP'd to Farak. I'm already here. Also, auto casting turning off isn't an issue with it. Oh, if you die with it on, then you don't have to redo the auto cast. That is true. That is very nice. That we don't have to deal with that anymore. That's got me killed a few times. Dpick, thank you for that 3-monther. Tier 1, thank you, sir. And Drew P, thank you very much for that prime. Ooh, I'm dead. I live. That's a hype train, boys. Thank you very much. Okay. Palomar with the medallion fragment. Don't know what that is. It's for sailing? Like the sailor's amulet or something? The underwater one. Okay. I'm very lost. I'm not even gonna try to pretend like I understand anything to do with sailing, guys. Some days I forget sailing even exists. Oh, I missed that double death charge on those 2 hits. Trash. Like, sailing is just not on my radar at all for things that I'm gonna do. Anytime in, like, the next year. You need sailing for raids 4? I highly doubt that. 95 sailing. The heck? Blink twice if you play tested Raids 4. Guys, they already said that we got to test Raids 4, but they didn't say what we got to test. Yo, Sard, have you played No Man's Sky? I don't think I've got to play that. No, sir. What is that? They said it on the OSRS podcast? Ooh. I have to, I mean, I listened to all the podcasts, but I just don't remember that, I guess. It's a sandbox space simulator. Huh. I didn't get to check that one out. Guys, we just broke 1,000 delves. Thousand delves, no treads? No, sir. We got the eye yesterday at like 870 or something. What delve do you farm up to? Delve 9. Wave 6. How many attempts did it take to get your quiver? 55. I did have a 2% attempt at 45. Almost had it on 45, but I completed it on 55. I love Doom, but I can't grind it too long. Doom hits a point in diminishing returns where I feel like you start just messing up. And it's like you need like a break from it. It's a lot. I feel that too. Oh my god, I missed that click so badly. That was rough. I'm so bad and dumb and stupid. Sorry, I read your comment. Do you have the VOD from DreamHack Dallas? I don't think so. Unless they're on my... No. Oh my god, I have to stop talking when I'm in Doom. I'm fucking gonna die. Oh my god, I just misclicked. If I had the VOD, it would be on my YouTube channel. I don't think I was streaming to YouTube, though. So the VODs would only last a certain amount of days. So no, I guess that is the answer. No way. Go this way. Go this way. I think I was only streaming to Twitch on those IRL VODs. Decent. Met you at the shop next to the Call of Duty area? Oh, hell yeah, Blaze. Oh, shit. Bro, all the freaking squares were full of venom. I had to just go stand in it. I must have hit a shadow there that I didn't see. That's crazy. Move! Sorry, dude, I must have clicked on that grub instead of clicking the ground. Whew. That was just terrible. That was just terrible. That wave 7 was bad. We might be hitting that diminishing return right now. Of all your CAs you know of, what do you think Perfect Doom ranks in difficulty? Bro, I think it's got to be one of the hardest ones. I mean, it took Oda like a week. It took Sick Nerd. It took him a long time to do that one. I think that's probably one of the hardest ones, right? It has to be. The loot is whatever. I think we send it with 3 food. Okay, yeah. Dude, what is this? I just got hit for no reason. I'm so dumb. I'm dead. I went opposite with that prayer, and then I didn't use the timing in the middle to click another thing on the ground. To click another bush. Man. You can stand behind the line. You don't have to be on it. Is that true, Mazzo? Wow. Wait, seriously, thank you for telling me that. That is so much easier. I thought you had to be on that line. Otherwise, it missed. D2 is the only line that you have to be on. Oh. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, that is a no on the prediction. We did not get a unique tonight, boys, from Doom. From 5 cents. But I also was kind of getting owned tonight by Wave 8. And several times by like Wave 7 and 6. The Dooms have not been consistent today. We've gotten no drops today, boys. Can you believe that? A day of RuneScape with no drops? What is my life? This is crazy. How can this be happening to me? I went 1 month with not a single drop. And then this week, I had a drop every single day, almost, and then I had a drop 2 drops yesterday. I had the Eye of Ayak and the Voidwaker Gym in the same day. We might be back to being dry now. Nice. Have any of you guys ever descended on a glowing hole because you didn't see it? And you just had to straight up lock in? That'd be insane. I descended one time because I couldn't see it? Oh no. Hopefully it was like a level 2 or something. My brother did that and he died? No way. That would be a massive tilter, bro. Nice, we get the sploosh, we get the spec back. Oh, I need to repot soon. Oh, I should have repotted right as the sploosh was coming out, and it could have used it to heal me. Wait, we got to start remembering to do that. That's actually really smart. Come on, big loot. Come on, big loot. Wait, we want our next glowing hole to be wave 4 or higher, I think. Or 2. Wait, 2 would be a guaranteed cloth. How do you know what order to pray? If it's a green ball that comes out, it's going to be green prayer first. That's how you know. Rise 13. They give it the 6 months. Sheesh. Guys, we got a lot of 6-month subs now. This is crazy. Boot. I would take boot or cloth, but getting the boots out of the way first because the cloth is the most rare drop. Could be kind of crazy. Yo, Imperdible, thank you very much. Grats on the RNG, dude. The RNG's been crazy this week. Thank you. A lot of people along for the ride. I know, man. It's been wild. All right, y'all are all tuning in to me getting the boots. Right here, we have a wave 4. Wave 5. The wave 5 booter. Yo, Bryce Hunter. Another one. Yo, thank you for that sub, Bryce. Oh. I have to attack him. I have to attack him. Please. Whew. I forgot I can't attack. That almost got me killed again. Thanks for having the good vibes. Let's go, Bryce. I appreciate that, man. Oh, no. I just stepped in that. My tick loss. No. Would you guys still watch the stream if I had occasional tick loss? I know I've been playing pretty perfect most of the time. So it's kind of just rare anyways, but... You guys wouldn't? Okay, I won't lose any ticks then. Okay. Wave 5 completed just like that, ladies and gentlemen. It is that easy. And then we delve. And then, what do? We delve. And then we get the loot. That's right. God, the clicks are so bad right now, guys. We are struggling. Wave 7. No, that's the wrong tile. Nice. We got crazy good RNG on the sploosh. Ow. spicy. I only got one anti-venom. This is about to be rough, boys. Let me move my sharks up. We got a lot of food, though. Best bagel flavor? Thomas Everything Bagel is the best bagel. I've been eating protein bagels, like with wheat bread recently, be a little more healthy, but man, I miss those. I miss the Thomas Everything Bagels, man. They're just bis all around. Hard to beat them, guys. Hard to beat them. Nice, we got the placer. Great start here. No, I'm no. I missed that. Where's he going? Where's he going? Go back here. Take loss. Crap. All right, solid recovery. Good recovery. And what do we get? 1.5 mil. A bunch of prayer bones. And some earth runes. A lot of prayer bones. What could I possibly do? Brother, I think I need to bring more anti-venoms. I run out of anti-venom more than I run out of prayer or food. If I'm ever going to do a more Delve 9s, I'm going to have to like bring more of those in the inventory, I think. You need the better venoms? Wait, there's extended ones? Extended anti-venom. Oh, that's why you need 90. And you use the Araxite venom sacs. You're slacking on herb lore levels? Not really. I think my herb lore is pretty decent. Because I don't really enjoy skilling on stream. So that means I have to do everything off stream. So I'm almost done with skilling. Like 90, or we have 5, like guys, 3 mining levels, 5 herb lore levels, and 6 fletching levels. That's it. That's it. That is phenomenal. We are so close. And then 5 Slayer levels. And that's it. We don't have to skill anymore after that. That's pretty crazy. Divine Super Combats. Divine Super Combats could be pretty good too. Yeah. Divine Super Combats could go kind of crazy. Until you get the Shadow and you need 90 rune crafting. Does Iron Man give you enough gold to purchase all of the runes that you need for a Shadow? Or no? Are you going to have to end up rune crafting at some point? Late game, you're going to run out. Because at late game, you probably stop doing things that are as profitable, right? Rune upkeep is in-game? Well, at that point, see, like, I usually do about 2 or 3 hours of skilling every night after the stream. At that point, if I do 2 hours of rune crafting every day after the stream, maybe we could get it, but I would have to get 90 rune crafting. I see what you're saying now. Unless I made a ton of blood runes, and then you could do GP per hour, but it has to be all high alchemy stuff. Yeah, hopefully we don't hit that wall. That'd be kind of tough. Upkeep of crystal shards is worse than money issues. Do you run out of crystal shards for divine pots? Chat, was there no behemoth video today? I don't think they posted one yet. They usually post it a few hours, like an hour or to 2 hours ago. They didn't post it, huh? If you play LMS, occasionally shards are fine. LMS, you know what I need to do? I need to get an imbued scroll, another imbued scroll. How do I go and see how much I have in the arena? I need another imbued scroll for my necklace. What is it called? The salve amulet. No, you have to go to the Amir's dueling world. Don't you? Don't you have to go to the dueling world? Oh, the shop is on a regular world? 6 points. I need another one. I need another scroll of imbuing for my salve amulet, since I got the ring of the gods now. Nightmare Zone is 10 minutes to imbue, and it's a diary step. Nightmare Zone. Is Nightmare Zone where you get... Isn't that where you... Isn't that the guy that drops Torva? That's next. Oh, shit. That's NEX, not NMZ. My bad, my bad. It's 1 to 2 hours, but you need it for the Desiree. Don't FF the matches. You can cook everyone after DMM. Oh, you're saying like you just queue up? What world is it? LMS competitive? Do you think I can cook people now that I've done DMM? Guys, I'm not going to move my imbued scroll every single time. I feel like I just want to have it all done. How do I... what world do I go to? Which one is the dueling one? PvP Arena Legacy? $479? Is it on a regular world? Legacy duels? It didn't take me. It didn't take me to the there's nobody here. PvP Arena US. I see. Okay, this is it. All right, remind me what I have to do again. I have to queue up for a tournament. PvP Arena. Okay. Okay. Get me in there. Options. USA. Okay, there it is. Find official 1v1 tournament. All right. And then I should be able to go in now, right? Well, I need to wait for it to queue me. Sign up. Loading player list. We're going for a 1v1 ranked duel. I'm climbing the ladder here, boys. We're going 42-0 right now. We're going to get the scroll. Get out. We're cooking everyone. Options, wrong group. There's nobody even in here. Official 1v1 tournament. Official 1v1 duel. If you win too much, you'll be unable to find matches. Yeah, right. Do you think they're not gonna match me up with people because I'm too good? Min-max Zerker kit. Oh goodness. I don't know what I'm doing with the Zerker kit. I'm ready. Start it. Okay, potting. Sarah. Did he leave? I won 25 points. 26 points. I won. I'm that guy. Tried to tell y'all. We're going undefeated here. Too much aura on him. He saw the robes. He saw the mystic robes, guys. Join fight. Let's go. Max medium. Where are my sounds at? Where are my sounds at? Don't. I need to rearrange my prayers and shit. I need to rearrange my prayers. Cooked them. Enable prayer reordering. I need to move my inventory around too. I don't want music. There we go. Okay. I had double music right there. All right, I need to change this around. The Zerker kit. No! Rune. Leg. Plate. You kidding me? Leg? God dang it. Where are my legs at, bro? Am I supposed to use rune leg plates with the max kit? Or should I be using something else? Plate legs. Wait, Torags? Wait, why aren't Torags in there? Wait, on a max medium? On a max? Why are Mystics in here? Wouldn't it be Ancestral? How do you wear them? How do you equip them? This is a max medium. Okay. This is a max account right here. Arma? I think I want an Arma crossbow, not this rune crossbow. And D'hide body? Don't you want Carol's? Don't you want Carol's? Top and bottom? Or do you want Missouri fortified? Is Missouri... Nah, okay. Okay, you want this right here. I think this is what you want right here, boys. And then you want these pots. Ranging pot. Okay. And we want Kodai. You want Kodai instead of this? You can't get an Ellie. Blessed Spirit Shield is the best one. Volatile Nightmail Staff. Don't I want Fury? Amulet of Blood Fury? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, we go Blood Fury. Wait, instead of climbing boots? What else would you want? There's got to be something better than that. Infinity boots or treads? Yeah, I want as little swaps as possible. There's a Zarite crossbow. That's got to be better then, right? Than Armadillo? Oh, you want Tentacle Whip over Abyssal Whip. For sure, right? And then for specking, do you want God Sword or Claws? Or Void Waker? No Void Waker. There's no Nox Halley. There's Dragon Bolts. But these are Dragon Stone Bolts enchanted. Wait, Dragonstone Dragon Bolts? Ooh. Dragonstone Dragon Bolts. Elder Maul. I think I want Spiked Manacles if they have them. They do have a Nightmare Staff. Ooh, Pearl Dragon Bolts, Opal Dragon Bolts, Onyx. Are any of these better? Opal Dragon Bolts are better. Face Guard or Serpent Helm? These are in alphabetical order, so Serpent Helm is maybe not here. Topaz Dragon Bolts, Twisted Bows, Verax, Void, Zarite. Okay. Nezanot Face Guard over Snakeskin Vams. What are they called? Spiked manacles over boots. Okay. How's this looking? Or dragon boots, actually. Ooh. I like this loadout. How we thinking about this loadout? This looks pretty good. Are you guys using claws or god sword though? I could go brimstone too. Oh, infernal. Infernal cape. Nice. You can also use crystal gear in Bofa. Ooh, okay. Look for prims. No prims. No Bofa, just use a crystal bow. I'm gonna use the Zarite with the opal dragon bolts, I think. Oh my god, is Seeds tryharding? Brother, if you bust out the Seeds in the arena, are you that guy? Chat, it's food, brew, Boom. Right? Food, brew, Boum. Or is it hard food first? No. It's brew first. Why can't I remember right now? Shark brew Boum? Okay, shark brew Boum. Oh my god, there's manta rays. With one pre-pot angler? I need one spot open. One anglerfish. There we go. Or we just do all anglers, right? Actually, no. We do 2 anglers. And I just pre-pot the angler and it'll open up the loadout. All right, save that. Save that up. All right, queue it up. Let's go. Is there Marlins? That'd be OP. I don't think they don't have all the items. They just have some. You can copy the opponent if he has better. We'll see. I kind of like my setup right here. Kind of like where I'm at with it, you know? This is to imbue. I took the imbue off my salve amulet and I put it on the ring of the gods. So now I need it to be on my... I need another one for my salve amulet. So I don't have to swap it every time I need it. Sign up. Yeah, we need a couple of these. We got to cook these guys anyways. A duel awaits for you. Join fight. I'm in. Max build. Ready to fight. Can you see what the other guy has? Boom. Shit. Am I frozen? Is he frozen is the question. Am I poison? Damn, I'm off right now. I need to freeze this guy. Oh, I need my other gear on. Okay, I need to color all my gear too. I'm brewed down right now. Okay. I forgot I got this tentacle whip. Also have this shield I need to put on too. Cast. I got auto retaliate. I need Death Daughter on. I can't see what he's doing. All right, let's go next. Death Dot. Okay, I need to mark all of my gear too. I need to color it. Because I'm used to that. Let's find another one. The Venom was kind of tough to deal with. I guess you just use the Sandfew. Is there a serpent? There's no serpent helm, right? There's an anti-venom pot? Hmm. Okay, ready? So we're going to do this, green, green, red. Okay, let me mark these. I don't care if I get hit. Walk here. Okay. Damn it. Misclick. Brother, get frozen, man. Nice. I gotta move my pots to a better spot in my inventory. That was a good fight. Palomore just got treads? No way. Unfreaking believable, guys. Unfreaking believable. Everyone's getting spooned this week, huh? I thought you were going to go undefeated. Well, I got to get my inventory set up first. Once my inventory's set up, then we'll lock in, yeah? I need this up here like this. And then we probably want to do like this. Karamwan. Cooked. Do like 2 of these down here. All right, this is looking decent. This is looking decent right here. Yeah, let's go with this. I might need one more restore. No, I had the Sandfew still. I had the Sandfew still. I gotta learn this gear, guys. I've never used this gear. If we were on the 1 defense, can I queue up for 1 defense pures or no? Bro, if I could get if we could battle with the 1 defense pures, that'd be better than this max crap we're doing right here. I like that better. It only lets me do max. I guess that's all they have. Did I win already? Easy, boys. Cooked him. It's over already. I can't see him. Yo, what the heck? Entity hider? Oh! This guy's in my clan. Oh, dude, no way. Unbelievable. Nice, dude. All right, go ahead. Kill me then. That sucks. I was not ready for that. Let's get this over with. I want a fair duel. I don't want to start with at 20 HP. I couldn't even see you. I was like, this guy's not even in here. Now let's get this go. Let's go again. Yeah, that is. I had all my clanmates hidden from. Number one, I had names hidden because I was in the wilderness hiding what I was doing. And now I can turn that off because of DMM mode. Official 1v1 duel group. All right, now I can actually see you if you're in there. That was tough. All right, I need this pushed out a little bit. Try this set. Dude, I cannot swap my gear right now. I'm sorry. Oh, no, it failed. If I swap my gear right now, it's going to be a whole nother set of confusion. Everything for me has to be in the exact same spot. Has to be the exact same gear. I'm just learning this gear right now. It would be devastating if I changed it. It will be devastating to the ecosystem. Click on the chest and click 1 defense pure. Ooh, nice. So now we can queue in for 1 defense pure. Are you playing in the finale? When's the finale? Oh, this is a max one. Now you'll only get 1 defense pures? Okay, sick. This guy's eating. Uh-oh. We got a gamer? He's not even eating. Here for points. All right. Congrats on the points. 1 defense pure. Queue up. Duels and tournaments. What do you think about a 500 duo with Polymorph? I don't think that my gear or skill is good enough for 500 right now. I'm waiting to get a bit more gear before we push that. I don't even, we might need a shadow. I might need a shadow for that. Wait, it's max. It's not working, guys. The max thing. I just keep getting max fights. Dude, this guy is freezing me perfect every time. How's he cooking me? Heal my stats. Now that I'm dotted, I'm not going to be able to land a freeze on him, so... kind of screwed here. Oh, I had one more food left down here. I need an anti-venom or something. I don't know. I could chug the Sandfew, but then it'd be gone. I am not ready for max builds. Please put me on one defense pure. Why does it keep changing it? What? Is there any way I could just do pure? Select this one. Is it just not able to? It goes by per hour. Dang it. All right, it's not going to work, boys. We're going to have to keep on learning the max. We're going to have to keep on learning how to do max. It changes every week. Okay. That's why you do LMS. Can you get an imbued scroll from LMS? Or do you have to do this? Everybody has to do max this week. Hmm. $16 points there. Sign up. I don't know if I like the positioning of everything I have in this. Wait, what? Wait. Why wouldn't I just have double Sandfew instead of restore? Does that make any sense to you guys at all? Why I'm not doing this right here? I don't think that makes any sense at all. I think we definitely double Sandfew. Has to be the strat. We could even go like this. We could go more brews. Triple Samfew. Right? What is this Elder Maul, bro? Why does this guy have an Elder Maul? Is that thing even good in PvP? Elder Maul smacks? Holy crap. That was bad. I've got to learn this max gear, guys. This max gear, it is rough. The max gear is rough for me, boys. I ain't gonna lie. He chanced you 3 times. What's the max hit on an Elder Maul then? They don't have a Nox Alley in the box, Scatty. I need to make sure my health is above that then. 60 plus? Okay, I'll make sure my health is above that. All right, ready to go. Dutch Pirate. God, this guy's eating a full. Cook his ass. Got the seeds on him. Seeding him. Plant it again. I can't plant flowers here. I got repot here. Repot. Oh, I just ruined my pots right here. We're on him. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Seed him. Get him. Attack. Walk on him, walk on him, walk on him. Walk on him. Yes! Woo! Nice fight. We were cooking him for a while, though. We were cooking him for a while, though. That was good. That was better. You can't shift click in PvP. You have to right click, walk under. If you could shift click in PvP, it would be busted. That would be so much better. You have to actually... The problem is I shift click, walk here on the person, but it actually chooses the tile behind them. I have to actually click on their feet when you right click. Any Doom tonight? Brother, we did like 50 something Dooms today. That was, we did Doom for like 3 hours. You missed it, I think. We didn't get anything, by the way. I went from like 950 to over 1,000 Dooms today. I just got to get this imbued scroll. I'm liking this setup, though. This setup is where it's at. Potting? Walk here. No! No, walk here, walk here, walk here. Got him. Just walked on him. Just walked up to him. 19 points for that. Nice one. GG. It's the spam clicks that get the DD messed up. I'm right click walk under, but it's not going to the tile that that person is on. Like if I click on this guy right here and I do walk here, it goes behind him. You see how it doesn't go to the tile he's on? You actually have to click on the person's tile and go walk here, because the walk here is not to the person, it's to the tile. So I'm clicking on the person, not the tile. That's the problem. And I've got to get better at that. All right, we got Dutch Pirate again. Anybody know what's going on with these splashes? Have you guys ever splashed this hard? No. I gotta freeze more. It's bad. I've gotta learn how to freeze more, chat. I've got to learn how to freeze more. Whenever I can freeze, I have to freeze. That's my worst quality in PvP. I don't freeze enough. And I'm always trying to catch up. You have to brew. You have to restore your stats right before you try to freeze, right in the window that he can be frozen. It's rough. Oh God, what is this guy? What is this guy doing? Oh, that guy's not even trying, I don't think. That guy was a bot for sure. It has to be. That has to be a bot, I think. When I'm ahead, it's great. If I'm behind, it's the worst thing anyone's ever seen. I cannot play from behind in PvP. It is a complete snowball. Ouch, that was me. Sarge, you just killed me. How is that both of you guys? That one guy, both of you guys are playing that one account? That's got to be TOS. There's no way. You can't give up. I mean, I'm going to eat all my food in my inventory, go to the last minute, and then even maybe redemption prayer. We ain't giving up. Did he de-iron? I haven't heard that one in a while. Look at all these guys looking good, man. All these bald heads over here. All right, here we go. Lock it in, boys. We got a serious fighter here. Got a serious fighter here. Why am I using a Kodai? Yeah, something's going on with this. Got him. Okay, why am I using a Kodai and everybody else is using that toxic staff thing? Did you guys see there how I was swapping my gear right after I attacked, and then at the last second I would change the prayer back expecting him to change? I was like gear baiting there. I was in that rhythm. I was in that groove right there. Toxic staff stacks venom up to 20 per tick. Should I swap that out for Kodai? Toxic staff of the dead. The melee slap with toxic is also big in case I accidentally staff bash. Okay. We're learning. We're learning. And it has a spec bar so you can one tick your spec. That's way better. That's way better, guys. But I'm not actually using the spec bar. I'm using the thing up here still. I don't know if I'm it's probably not good to be using this, but I use it. No, he left. He knew it was coming. He knew what was about to happen, chat. He knew what was about to happen. I got my Infernal. Hanzo, congrats, dude. I bet that feels good, my man. Guys, Jeezy's in the chat for that Inferno right there. Hanzo, the legend. Welcome to the club, my friend. Aren't people just going to be farming points in here? Yeah, me. That's why I'm dominating all of them. Can't you see what's going on? We're absolutely decimating every single person here. That's what we're doing right now. Okay. Bot 2. Oh, not this bot again. Not this guy. This guy's not even praying, man. That'd be kind of messed up if he wasn't a bot though. My bad if you're like a real person, bro, my bad. Hanzo, thank you very much for that tier 1. I appreciate that, my friend. That was 19 points. We might be pretty close. Let's get one more dub and then check our points here. One more dub and then we check the points. That was me, guys. Every time I fight that guy, somebody says that's me. I think that guy's just, maybe that guy's just trying to figure it out still. I mean, I was there at one point too. Ooh, Lululemon over here. Lululemon, why are you farming points? I got the Ring of the Gods and now I need more points. Oh my god, no, not this guy in the black. This guy's in the rune legs, bro. He's got the default set. I need to change this real quick. Actually, let me do this. Okay. Okay, so I have my green, my red. My shield is something I rarely put on. I rarely put on my shield. That's something I got to do better at. Okay, let me swap worlds really fast and let's see if that's enough points. Go 615. Let's see if we cooked enough points, boys. Going to the vendor. Set staff to swipe. I think that should be 200 points. When you fight somebody that's right about the same skill level as you, man, PvP is really fun. 300 points. You were right. Damn, we actually farmed so many points right there. Yo, good fights, Dutch Pirate. Good fights, my man. Okay. Now we need this salve amulet, and we're going to use the scroll on it. Boom. Now we have a salve amulet EI, and we have Ring of the Gods, and we have imbued Berserker Ring. So we have 3 imbued items now. Let's freaking go. Hell yeah, boys. GG's on those fights. That was a lot of fun. Okie dokes. Let's see here. Palomore is asking if I want to do some Yama. We're gonna have to send that. We're gonna have to send that another night, I think. We definitely need to get back in Yama. Chat, if you enjoyed the stream, can you type a little 07 in the chat right now? 07's in the chat if you had a good time in the stream today. Thank you guys for hanging out all day long on the 8-hour, 23-minute stream on a Thursday in February 2026 as we all live on this floating rock we call Earth, flying through the universe, floating at the speed of light, consistently expanding forever into infinity as we live and play in a virtual world that could or maybe may not be a simulation. 07's in the chat, and I will see you guys tomorrow for TOA Friday. If you are hyped, type in 07, and I will see you all 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we will be doing a gargoyle task into TOA Friday, and I will be using the Eye of Ayayaya.